4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Ashland Planning Board meeting of September 22nd, 2022. On our agenda this evening, we do have 2 public hearings, and 2 of the other ones are continued. The 225 Pond Street, which is the McDonald's building, is continued, and the 399 Union Street, which is Starbucks, will also be continued. So anyone looking forward to discuss those 2 projects, those will be held at a later date, and just watch our agendas for upcoming meetings. With that said, I will call the meeting to order at 7:18. And the first thing on our agenda is the clerk report. Do you have, looking for you on my screen, Kate, do you have a report this evening?
Yes, I do. The clerk report, we received 2 public correspondence by email since our last meeting on September 8th. We received total since, I should clarify, since about mid-July when I started as the clerk reporting, 10 public comments to date on the 10 to 60 Main Street project, which is that we'll be talking about this evening. That's it.
Oh, unmuted. All right, great, thank you. All right, then the first thing on our agenda, we're going into public hearings. The first one of those is the 225 Pond Street special permit and site plan review. That is the McDonald's building. Peter, can you give us the brief overview of just why it's being continued?
Yes, thank you so much. So I talked to the applicant and the applicant's engineer, excuse me, and they, at the last planning board meeting, they met with the design review committee. They're going back to the design review committee. And so I think before they come back to us here at the planning board, they want to wrap up all items that were outstanding at the design review committee. And so with that said, they requested a continuance. They did a continuance additionally from the, design review committee last week. And so they are going back in front of the design review committee on October 6th. And then hopefully they'll come back in front of us on the 13th of October.
I'm sorry, on October 13th?
Correct.
Okay.
Excuse me. I think that's the 14th. I was just looking at dates. Excuse me. Yeah, that's the 13th.
Okay, 13th. Okay. All right. Any questions from the board about that continuance? All right. Then I will make a motion that we continue the 225 Pond Street special permit and site plan review to October 13th. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And a roll call vote?
Aye. Anna Tesmanitsky, aye.
Sabahona, aye.
Jersey car.
And Trisha Kendall, aye. So that is 500, continued to October 13th. Next on our agenda is the 100 Chestnut Street site plan review. 100 Chestnut Street is also on our agenda for a longer duration on October 13th, correct, Peter?
That is correct.
Okay. But we have an opportunity this evening to there were a lot of follow-up documents and to go through some things with either conditions or findings that the group may want to discuss, or items on the checklist that was kind of sent out about this project. So Peter, is there anything you wanted to add to that?
No, I think we sent out a draft of a decision. The applicant sent the 4 documents over that were sent out to the planning board. One included EV plan and then a lead checklist that was requested by the board. But at this point, I think we just came on to discuss the condition, the draft decision, and to talk about any updates that the applicant provided.
So the conditions and the findings that now, just for everyone's understanding, because obviously we have some people that it's, a project of this size is their first first go around. I wanted to note that right about a year ago, I saw this pop up. Right about a year ago, Deepa, Anna, we were doing this for the Mendez School. So here we are 1 year later, and looking at long conditions and findings. So something about something in the realm of an anniversary there. But for just for the explanation on both, there'll be two sets of documents. One's a special permit document, and one's a site plan review document. And the conditions on both of those are identical. So there's special project conditions. There are conditions related to former documents with this project. There are general construction conditions that really go along with any project. And they're identical on both documents. What's different is the findings. So the findings related to the special permit are, the difference there is the criteria, you know, A through F that we've kind of talked about before, but we'll also, you know, are in there the findings that you should be looking at in more detail. And the findings for the special permit, which I have somewhere in front of me, is a longer list, not only having to do with history and other kind of findings, anything related to the site plan review, but also the things that we're obligated to look at in the bylaws, which is items A through L. So a longer list of items for the site plan review. The special permit really just has to do with the parking on this project. There's a lesser amount of parking than is required by the bylaws. And so the special permit really relates to that. So it's kind of a summary of those documents when it gets a little bit overwhelming. I have gone through, and obviously be going through again, but there's some, when you get a second round of these, I have gone through and sent edits to Peter, which everyone, you know, when you have time should be doing, but there's going to be another round coming to you from Peter because the edits that I made, especially on the conditions, were fairly extensive, and mostly because I wanted them to be in a certain kind of format, you know, that a format that we had used previously on the school, and it just makes the document to be much more readable from the beginning to end. So kind of be looking for that to come through. I assume Peter will be able to get it. I just got my stuff to him, so, but he should probably be able to get it to you for the weekend, and that might make your reading of these documents a little bit easier. I think other people maybe have sent some things in too, and Peter's also going to be integrating them into this next round. So, so if you haven't had a chance to read these things kind of really through, it'll be a good opportunity to do so, because I think they'll be in better shape, easier to do. So that said, it's 7:25 now, and you know, the schedule I had sent out earlier obviously is a little changed because we had a continuance. So I think we can have you know, to 8:15, you know, in between 8 and 8:15 to kind of go through some of these things, questions people have, to move the process a little bit further. A little bit further along. So is there anyone that wants to get started on that? They have some questions, changes, things in the conditions, in the findings, or obviously questions to the applicant are always fine as well.
Or,
And I see you have unmuted.
oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I have to confess, I started reading through and I certainly made notes, but I don't have like changes in writing yet. I'm certainly prepared to go through it in whatever order we have time. What I really try to look for are big things that we're missing, right? Like obviously the little stuff we're gonna play out and figure out the wording. And so far the big item that I couldn't find, and maybe I just haven't gotten to the last couple of pages of the affordability component, what percentage would be affordable, at what level, all of that stuff. So I thought, Tricia, we could start there because I couldn't find that stuff in detail. if that's, works for the board.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. It's a good point.
So there is a condition, but just to answer your question, and maybe I
Yeah.
can make it a little bit clearer. What was being proposed is 10% affordable with 80% AMI, which is area median income. That fits Department of Housing and Community Development standards. I think what we were really looking for, and I talked to Kate today on the phone about this, is we are going to add in the language to make sure that this is acceptable to the Department of Housing and Community Development, their standard 80% in perpetuity. And so that was noted, I think, by Kate and Tricia, but we're going to add that.
And just for my own education, Peter, so I get myself to the right paragraph, I would find the current version in which document, or?
So
it's in the conditions.
Gotcha.
Conditions, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And that's why I'm saying it's a little,
I did it. I
Okay.
organized it a little bit
Okay.
differently this time, and
That's okay.
sorry for the confusion.
Peter, if I may, it's on page 6,
Thank you.
number 11.
Mhm. And just to the applicant, can you please confirm that that's what's being proposed?
Yes, that is what's being proposed. 80% of AMI in perpetuity, yes.
Obviously acceptable to Department of Housing and Community Development standards.
Yes, it is.
Yes, we agree to that.
You can add, well, that language is here.
So do we want to talk a little bit about that as far as, well, a couple questions. First, Peter, do you have a sense of numerically how that will impact us and our numbers as far as like getting closer to what do you
the 10%?
exactly?
Well, overall, there's, the units will be added once the building permit's pulled, right? I mean, the units will be, since this is a LIP application, I can add the units once the occupancy permits are issued. Because that's according to DHC standards. This will increase our SHI number by 17 units.
18 units.
Oh, excuse me, 18 units. If
Okay.
you want me, I can quickly do the percentiles and then we can come back to it.
I mean, we don't need it on the spot. I don't think it would hurt for us to understand that. And, I certainly understand affordability is, I just want to kind of talk with the applicant a little bit about it because I don't think we have really as a board before. If there is any room for more affordability here beyond the 10%, or how firm that is.
Well, speaking for our group, we've sort of gone on the assumption of 10% all along and have agreed to a number of things that frankly have made the project much more expensive. As you know, we're giving money to the trails, we're giving money towards affordable housing, we're giving a substantial sum to our neighbors, we're changing over to electric heat, we're changing with a condition of having solar panels and a number of other things which have made this extremely expensive. And it would be very hard, if not impossible, to now add something more to it.
Roy, if I might add, we did offer to make a contribution to the Ashland Affordable Housing Trust Fund at the last meeting as well.
So Pete, I think it would be good to amend, since you're kind of changing the language for Kate's input and Tricia, maybe to add that in there so that we have a better
So can I bring something about that?
what
Though? I
the
understand
will-
ordinance, but I think that I would like to see if the board could ask about having any of those adjusted to something different than the 80% AMI. And I guess it's just a personal value. I like to help the most neediest first. And the 80% AMI is not helping the most neediest of our community.
I think that's worth the discussion. So to me, to me, this is sort of a discussion with the applicant as well. And I very much appreciate the point that Roy is making, that he's, there's a lot on the table, a lot of different pieces to this project. And it's kind of like a package that is an expense to the developer, right? And that's where, to me, it is fair to talk about affordability for us as a board. And it has to be a discussion where, obviously, this is a money-making project, right? We want this to be a successful project for the developer. We also want it to work well in the community and to address community needs. I think it's worth talking about for sure. Maybe the other thought is to have more one-bedroom units that are, the 10% at 80%. What is that 10% made out of? Are we talking 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, equal combination? Is there a way to make that a deeper affordability, maybe for our elder community who may be preferring a 1 bedroom? What is that?
Typically, DHCD rules require you to have a equal percentage to what the building has. In other words, if you're 50-50, it would be 50-50. If you're 70-30, it would be 70-30. I can appreciate you looking to have more affordable. The concern we have is not only have construction costs gone up substantially, rents are starting to flatten in the marketplace. And the thing that's really making projects no longer affordable is the dramatic increase in the construction costs. And the other one is construction loans and interest rates. Interest rates have almost doubled in the last 6 to 9 months, which is making projects very tenuous at this point to even get built.
Well, I would mention also, in addition to that, if DHCD would accept it, I think if the board wanted, we would be willing to weight it more towards 1 beds if that's what the board requested. But again, it would be subject to DHCD accepting that.
So Pete, I don't know enough about this piece of it as far as what that would involve, and maybe Tricia, some of this from the inclusionary zoning stuff that you could contribute here. But I feel like if we are dealing with 10%, 80% AMI, let's try to make it smaller apartments to track those households that are struggling more. Or let's talk about, what can we do to make it deeper, if you will, for those who are most vulnerable? I just don't know what the possibilities are.
I understand the objective and the feeling, and I think we all share it. But I think trying to say that the most needy are going to need 1 bedroom is kind of arbitrary. I think the most fair is make sure that the percentages are equal to the overall, which I guess is the rule as the applicant just said. I think trying to manipulate that ourselves, thinking that we will know what the market needs, seems arbitrary to me. I'm not sure that is a great use of the effort.
Can some percentage of it be less than 80% AMI?
Well, again, the problem with that becomes the income that the property generates from financing points of view. And right now, you could get probably a fixed rate mortgage a while back for 3%. It's now going to be closer to 5.5% to 6%, which means these projects are extremely tight. And if you don't have the revenue to justify it, you won't even get a construction loan, never mind get a permanent mortgage. And so that's our real concern at this point. And given the fact that we've done so many other things that added costs, like, solar panels, electric heat, off-site mitigation, all these other various things, which have added hundreds of thousands of dollars in cost, it does become a breaking point where you just can't make it work. That's my concern.
Can we have you guys run some numbers though? Because I think for me, from my perspective, for our community, I mean, even getting a small amount of those 18 units at a more affordable is really helpful to our community. And I understand, I mean, I work in construction, but if you could look at numbers and say that there's nothing that can be done that would completely make this unfinanceable over that.
Well, again, it's not just unfinanceable. That's a huge problem. But at the same time, when you look at your construction cost and you look at your net income, you know, at 80%, they're quite affordable because, you know, we have some in Framingham where I know the various agencies help out in these things. We have some people paying $100 a month, even at mine, because some of it's either subsidized by the city. I don't know if Ashland does that at all. Some of it, people get state subsidies. So there is a tremendous amount of flexibility, even at 80% with people living in these buildings.
I would say that we can ask the applicant to take a look at those numbers, but then the $25,000, which may not be enough to make a difference, comes back into play, that they were looking to donate to the Affordable Housing Trust. Kind of, I mean, I you know, as much as I am in favor of affordable housing and housing in general, as I think has been clear, this project took a different direction. We really wanted at the beginning more, you know, argued strongly for more commercial space. The number of units had gone down from where it originally started, and we did ask for a lot of other things that came into the project. And so manipulating the project in any way of the different kinds of units that are being offered, I think the plan is set, you know, at this point for what we need to discuss. I agree with DHCD should make their call. That's their expertise, and they should make their call about the units that become offered, the types of units that become offered at lowered rates. But we can put that in as a final ask for the applicant to look at, and then I think, at least in my mind, that's the kind of the end of this issue. Went in a different direction than affordable housing. Others, I'm sure, will not have a different direction from this project, and so we need to move on instead of visiting it at kind of the last hour, literally.
Well, I would like to make a just about the board. Like, I just learned today that it was 80% AMI, and this project's been talked about for a long time. So I think that we have to do a better job of setting those kind of things out way in front and not waiting till the end. So I don't think that's
but Kate, I think this had been discussed before. I mean, I was not here from the beginning of the project, but even I have heard it. This is not the first time it's been discussed, I don't think. Well, is it, Tricia?
We certainly have discussed affordable housing, of course. I can't recall exactly how we discussed it, but in that realm, any member of the board is always free to ask a question during any part of any of these meetings. So it also falls upon us, not just if someone else brings up the topic.
I mean,
So,
with all due respect, when you draft a decision, we have every reason as a board to discuss details. So I disagree. I don't think this is sort of cooked. I think we're very much at a drafting stage. There's a lot of sections that are going to need some work. I do think that if we were pushing 25% affordability at this point, we might be going overboard. But nobody's asking to go above 10, really. I asked the question, Roy said no. And I think we're debating kind of within that 10% construct, what can be done. And if there's a couple of units that can be done deeper and the numbers allow it, let's do it, because we've got those market units where there's a lot of freedom to do whatever you want.
Exactly. So the question has been asked. We have asked that to the applicant. I have suggested that they are then free, because it should have come up at the same time, to relook at the $25,000. I think that's only fair that they had decided to put into a pot. If we're asking for something additional, then they can consider that in play as well. And we should go on to any other questions that the board may have. So.
I have another question that came up with a discussion with the MWRTA about bus stops. It looks like that's something I believe the board should be considering projects, and I think it is later on this project too. So we probably have a list of things we want to bring up, but I think we should talk about provisions for a potential public bus stop at the property.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the board has had a chance to look at the images and also to look at the site plan, which I did. My analysis was that I think it's a great example in Framingham. I think it's awesome that that was able to be put on that project. But our site and their site are quite different in terms of both the location within the city, in terms of the topography, dealing with the topography. And so while it's a great idea, that it may not be a good fit for this project, or maybe even needed on this project. I think buses stop all the traffic anyway. And also on the site plan, you notice that the sidewalk, coming in front of the property actually bevels in toward Queen Isabella, which already kind of provides a more natural kind of place for a bus to pull over. In my mind, it's not nicely laid out as you have noted in that other project, Kate, which we definitely should keep in mind in appropriate projects. But that was my sense in looking at it. And obviously this is fairly new information, and not everyone on the board may have had a chance to look at it.
I mean, I peeked at it. This is the info about the Buckley.
Yes.
Is that right? And Roy, is that your project, the Buckley?
Yes, it is. That is actually a dedicated, even before we built the project, that was a dedicated bus stop. The city's MWRTA has a bus stop there.
Is there something about this project and that bus shelter you're building that in your view could be adjusted slightly to move closer to that kind of configuration? Is that doable? I don't know what that would look like for you, but you've done this at the Buckley. Is there something that you think might help?
Well, I think they're two different things. My understanding of this bus stop, it's really for school children. When the school bus is coming, it's snowing and raining, which the other one is not school bus at all. It's a transportation.
The MWRTA has a route down there, and it is I believe the bus stop in itself is actually in the public way, and just the station or shelter there is right on the edge of the pavement, and the actual where the bus stop is in the public way.
Nice thing about Chestnut Street is it is wider through the section in front of 100. There was a lane added a while back, a turning lane. So it's kind of a natural place if a bus wants to stop. And as we all know, when a school bus stops, all traffic has to stop anyway.
So what I'm hearing is that the current bus shelter is not necessarily good real estate for this kind of project. But if there was a future bus stop on Chestnut, you're not opposed to making that happen, maybe not as part of this current construction, but you're not against that general concept of that stop being next to your project, right?
Well, that would have to be approved by the city because that's the town. It's town-owned land.
Oh, but yes, so the idea of it, we're not opposed to. If the town wanted to put if MDR changed routes and had a route coming down Chestnut and they wanted to put a stop there on that area, I don't think we look at that as negative. I think it's actually a positive for the neighborhood to have a bus stop that's being used for public transportation.
So maybe what we do, and I don't know if it's doable, Peter, but maybe we have some language in there that the applicant is open and willing in the future to, does not oppose a future bus stop if there is one, so that we have some commitment to that. And if in the future we make something like that happen on Chestnut Street, we're not faced with opposition, if you will. I'd like to see something like that. It maybe, Kate, it's not what you're looking for, but let's create, let's open the door for the future if this is going to happen.
Okay. I made a note, and I can try to draft something up.
All right. Any more other questions from the board? Other outstanding issues? I had one question. It seems like, I have a number of questions, but this one maybe is a simple one. It says in the conditions that the apartment units will utilize electric heat pumps, which we talked about, but are they all induction cooktops?
No, they're
They are not. Induction
electric,
cooktops,
right?
yes, are a little bit, you need special pans for those to work, and yes, they're electric cooktops.
That's right. Okay. I wanted to, so that's very, very specific. You know.
That was
Okay.
my mistake. I
Peter,
apologize. Yeah.
no problem. Okay.
So, Sorry, go
Another-
ahead.
Sorry, who was?
no, you go ahead.
Another question I had was, and this might have just been language left over from another project, so, but it says, applicant agrees to limit the operation of the commercial space to the hours of 6 a.m. to midnight. That I don't remember talking about those hours, and if we are having shared parking spaces, that those hours seem a little, midnight seems a little extensive. What is your?
That was per the recommendations of GCG. And I believe there may have been I don't remember if that was in the old conditions or not, Peter, but I know that was per the recommendations of the traffic engineer for the town.
That was, we talked about it one night, one here, and we did talk about hours of operation for the business.
if you want to change that to 7-Eleven, we're fine with that.
I was just wondering how it relates to the commercial spaces that were intended. I know we have in there that there's no restaurant spaces unless it comes back before the planning board. They run later, obviously, if it's a restaurant space. I think the intention was more doctor, dentist, daycare, you know, those type of
Exactly.
things.
That's what the GCG proposed, and we said we didn't have a problem with that. We didn't come up with those numbers ourselves.
Okay. My concern with it is really about the, oh, sorry, Marcelo. But my only concern was about the shared parking. Like if we're sharing parking spaces, those spaces might be needed before midnight, but I'm not sure. Marcelo, what were you gonna?
No, I just wanted to follow up on what you just discussed. Just brought up a thought on my head. If are we saying that there is a possibility? Let's say there is a chance that there would be restaurants placed in these spaces.
There's
Yes?
a chance, yes, but we'd have to come back before the planning board.
Yeah, no, I get that. My concern is, are you including in the design the infrastructure required for the Blackwoods of a restaurant to get to the roof, so that it doesn't become like one of those afterthoughts with things on the walls, fans on the walls.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I think the likelihood of us doing a restaurant is pretty slim, because the point you just brought up is very important, because you're going to have to run major ductwork all the way to the roof.
Exactly.
Ventilation lines, all kinds of things. And that's going to be interfering with the apartment layouts and numerous other things. So I think at the end of the day, to say nothing of late night parking and all that, I think the reality is I doubt we're going to have a restaurant, because we're surely not going to plan ahead for something that may or may not show up 9 months after the building's done.
Yeah. So I agree. If I would be concerned, and I don't know if this is something that would go under conditions or not, but what Roy is saying, I would be concerned that in the future we'd have a restaurant that doesn't have their infrastructure properly planned for it. You get smells all over the place, and it detracts from the community that's trying to build.
Well,
So
we don't want to annoy 174 families to
exactly
the pleasure of one restaurant.
Exactly, but I started with the question: is it possible? And I heard yes. So how can we make this more clear?
Well, I think the way we have it now is, if we want to do a restaurant, we have to become before the planning board. It's going to be totally at your discretion.
So the question then is, do we leave it in for likely some future planning board to decide, or we just say no restaurants and limit the hours on the parking further?
Or limit the type of business that serves food, because it's different if you have like a Starbucks or something versus a restaurant that actually cooks in there, and
Okay.
that really requires the right infrastructure. I would prefer not to see that. that would be a disservice to the whole process we've been through and the community on Queen Isabella and the community in this building. I think that's
You mean
concerned.
like something like a bagel table wouldn't need the same kind of infrastructure?
Probably
They're
not.
making their products elsewhere and just bringing them in.
Yeah,
That way-
if it's reheat, I wouldn't be as concerned. But there is when I've been in projects where we've planned for restaurants, like Roy said, there is some serious infrastructure that has to be put in place with mechanical systems that could be ready to be installed. And I mean, this is like a 4-story building. It's not straightforward, and it's very expensive.
Well,
Yeah, that's why we feel very comfortable with having to come back to the planning board, because we think it's highly unlikely we're ever going to do that.
yeah, I feel like I don't know if I really want to see that, because the landscape is changing so rapidly out there. It's so really hard to predict what's going to be year from now on and things like that. And I think our commercial industry is changing so much. So I think it doesn't make sense to put it as a condition, because anyway, the current infrastructure is not going to support a restaurant. They have to come back anyway in front of the board. So it doesn't make sense to really put it as a condition for me and block the opportunity 5 years down the lane for something to really adapt itself to that scenario at that point. So
Deepa, are you saying leave it in that any type of restaurant would have to come before the planning board? That is a current condition.
yeah.
Okay.
I think we should give that much of a flexibility, right? It's very hard to predict the market, how things are going to evolve 5 years from now on, 10 years from now on. So I think we should give room for that flexibility at some point. We may want a restaurant ourselves, and we may look at it when open is not a bad idea.
Fair enough.
Okay. Any other questions, conditions from the planning board, or on other outstanding items, things that might not already be including in the conditions that should be, that maybe.
I have a question about the 8,000 square feet amenity space. And I was thinking about this project from the concept of kind of the village, the Wildwood, purpose of the Wildwood district, the bylaw, the village feel, if you will, that we wanted to build there per covenant. And there's kind of two things I keep thinking are a little bit in conflict, right? There's this kind of idea of a village and mentality that this whole thing is interconnected. But I also think there has been some public comment we got early on in the process that there's also a desire to keep some separation between this development and the rest of it, right? So there's this kind of, I'm conflicted. I feel like these two things are not perfectly dealt with. And I don't know where I land on that, other than the intent, I think, is to make this integrated to the community while respecting certain points of privacy and amenities on both sides, right? That commercial use was meant to open this up to the whole community, even beyond this immediate area. And I really appreciate where we landed with the 10.5. For the 8,000, I wonder if there's any room to give the local residents, not just the 174 units, but the other households in that village, some access. And I wonder, Roy, if you would consider giving, households that are outside of that 174, the household in that immediate development, some limited access to the gym, to the business center, to the lounge, maybe a certain limited number of days per year, so that inter-community feeling can be there. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very difficult because, part of what you're selling when someone's living in your community, security because of the card access and the way you get in the building, exclusive use of the gym, exclusive use of the pool area, amenities like that. And these amenities are typically designed to the amount of people you have living in the project. So for instance, you have 174 apartments, you might have 220 people living there. And the last thing someone wants to do is, gee, I want to go use the gym, but it's loaded with people, I can't use it. Or I want to use, one of the conference rooms, I can't use it. You see what I'm saying? And it becomes very much
Absolutely.
undesirable because, and having nothing to do with, you have the nicest neighbors in the world, it'd be like our people coming over and say, gee, I want to use your kitchen for tonight. It's just,
Yeah,
I
no,
don't want
like
to call it an invasion, but it's a concern. And even you have issues with the fire department with occupancy, in certain spaces in the building. A swimming pool, for instance, we have to get a certificate from the Board of Health for so much occupancy around that pool. And they frankly monitor that. So if you have too many people out there, they're going to shut you down. So, there could be possible instances where we have an open house. We do that in other locations where we have a particular day and maybe a spring, a fall, or whatever it is, where we invite some of the community members over to interact with the people living there. And, we could work on some things like that with our management staff, but I think that's probably it. Now, whether someone wants to lease some space and have some of that 10,500 be a communal space, that maybe the community could work together on, that's something could be talked about.
Having the 8,000 square feet have some sort of community element to it, you mean?
No, in the 10,500. See, the 8,000 sounds like a lot, but when you break it down to a leasing office, fitness area, lounge area, maybe a theater area,
restrooms,
restrooms, conference areas. I mean, it gets eaten up pretty quickly, and it's frankly laid out very efficiently, so we're not wasting space. And it's designed for approximately the number of people that live there. But, maybe we could work something out with the community where some of that 10,500 could be generally leased for some other purpose.
I mean, here's what I'll say. I've lived in condo developments that have a pool, and I very much appreciate, I lived one in Natick, near the West Natick train stop. And I very much appreciate how popular the pool is during the open season, right? And how busy it gets. So I get what you're saying. There's kind of a limit to it. On the other hand, I do feel like there's a benefit to finding some way to integrate these communities. And, I don't have an answer on the spot. I was envisioning, 5 days per year that the local households have a guest pass, something that's very limited.
Well, I will say this. I'll say this, which as I mentioned, one of the neighborhood meetings, I said, gee, you want to go use the pool? Here's how you do it. You become friends with someone in the building and have them invite you over. We do allow residents to invite guests to the gym, to the pool, to some of the lounge areas, but you got to be a friend of someone living there. So I think if you want to do that, that's how people do it. It works quite well.
And to mention, there is security and insurance issues. If somebody's guest, that person is responsible for that guest that's at the building. If people are being let into the building that nobody's responsible for, it creates issues. If something gets broken or this or that or the other thing. And not to mention, uncontrolled access is something we really try not to allow in the buildings, and that's a concern. And one of the other reasons we built that whole kind of commercial courtyard between the two buildings was to help create a space for the residents of the apartments and the residents of the surrounding community for a place where they could intermingle and meet and sit and relax.
Yeah, I think it's a tricky point, because something that has always bothered me is the getting rid of that little access path between 100 Chestnut and the rest of the community. When we start talking about community connection, and the response really was the community doesn't want to be connected, even though this is the Wildwood District, and that's something. And I think that goes for other projects as well. That we don't want those people walking through our neighborhood or whatever it is.
That's a direct quote.
The hesitation is, yeah, I don't get it myself. I think one of the things that COVID showed us when everyone had no place to go in the beginning was how wonderful it was to have a lot of people walking through the neighborhood, walking the dogs, kids riding bikes, and it was so much better, that way. But I understand that that's what the neighborhood wanted, and so that path was eliminated. And so this seems, it would have to go both ways, I guess. And I think the indoor facilities do, obviously have to be much more controlled because of safety issues, fire, things like that, meaning safety issues, versus people going for a walk around the neighborhood. So I appreciate the thought. Oh, please.
No, there's also the logic of the reality of the world we live in. And if, God forbid, somebody that's not a member of that project gets hurt in some way, there's a huge liability that is unfairly placed where it doesn't belong. And we all know how it works. It's seems like an unfair point. If somebody's invited as a guest, there are rules for that, and there's a mechanism for that. But beyond that, it's things to be opening that kind of worms.
Listen, the other households are members of condo associations that are interrelated. Liability can certainly be handled through some kind of agreement with those condo associations, and those condo associations can take on the responsibility and have guest passes. There's always a way to make something like this happen that removes liability directly. So, but I understand, and I don't go deeper than that. Like I said, I was respecting that tension. The people want privacy and division, but also there's an intent to integrate. And I thought this would be a creative way to connect the neighborhood to the neighbors in a way that would respect both sides and allow for that integration. So if it's not interesting to the other members of the board, I'll go forward.
I think the whole idea about the integration is part of the Wildwood district and is probably interesting to everyone. It's just not that simple. And so it needs to go both ways. And so so I think that's where we are now. It's certainly not something that's not irreversible. Hopefully maybe someday in the future, they'll build that pedestrian path in between 100 Chestnut and the rest of the neighborhood. And maybe there'll be opportunities if things change litigation wise and risk wise into the future. Maybe there'll be other opportunities for the rest of the condo neighborhood to come down into this facility. But I think this is kind of the point of balance and peace, I guess, that is for now appropriate in the project, at least for me.
Agreed.
I had a couple of minor ones, and I was curious whether it goes into the conditions or it's by default the design of the project. One was, we've been talking about 75% native landscape elements. Are we expected to define that in these conditions, or are we good with the landscape plants? I don't see that being defined here. And the other one is the EV parking. A lot of communities put a number to what they expect. I know we've been talking about particular number of spots. Is that something that goes on to this conditions? Because we have a lead checklist, which is really not something that we are going for certification. So that really doesn't make a lot of sense. So I was curious about the parking, EV parking, and the landscape, because that seemed to be of really importance to the community.
Yes,
I'm happy to address that. Number 3 on the facts and findings on both pages addresses the number of EV parking stations that we're going to start with. And then it talks about running the conduit and the expandability in the future. And then number 4 on the facts and findings references the all plants are non-invasive species and 75% of the plant materials native species. And then it references the plans that show that as well.
Todd, didn't we also change some of the grass?
Yes, on the most recent planting plan, landscape plan that we submitted last week, we added I think the design review committee's request, and we added a bunch of eco grass, eco turf along the rear of the property to try to kind of address that concern.
Thank you, Todd. I missed that. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Too many papers here. Thank you.
Yeah, I know there's a lot.
Yeah.
I have a question. Is the expectation to, I did send in comments to Peter and Emma, and it sounds like there's another draft. So is the expectation to go over at this meeting all our comments or wait for that next draft? I'm not clear on that.
I think what I was saying earlier is that Peter got comments and revisions from several of us, including myself. And so Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Peter was going to put all of the comments received so far, plus notes from this discussion, put them all in a next draft and send that out to us and to the applicant.
That is correct. Yeah, no, I've got a lot of condition. I've got a lot of stuff. I think there's some stuff I have to add. Tricia sent me back some comments today, and so hopefully I'll be able to turn those around and get those back out to everybody as well.
Yeah.
So I still just make clearly, so we don't need to go through the, like, I don't need to bring up the points I sent to Peter now.
I already have taken,
time.
I've already looked. I know
Yeah.
I have those. I've added a few of them. And then there was a couple of them that, you know, I think we can discuss further, but
Yep.
you know, I don't think we need to go through all of them right now.
Yeah, I think we're running a little, you know, toward our maximum of 8:15 on this project. But Kate, I think if there are points that you wanted direct feedback from the applicant or you wanted feedback from the rest of the board, then obviously this would be a very appropriate time to bring up those notes, even though you already sent them to Peter. If not,
Note the affordable housing and making sure we get that lined up for DHCD in the subsidized housing is probably my number, and that the applicant can take a look at that. And the rest will be, I'm sure there's going to be a couple rounds to get this all corrected.
Could I ask Peter for two kind of edits? One is to make the solar piece its own paragraph in the conditions. I feel like we should, that's a wonderful thing that the project has agreed to take on, the applicant has agreed to do it, and we should make it its own section, in my opinion.
So in my extensive editing, which really was about, sorry, Peter, which really was about, usually about organization, because these documents can be so hard to read. I actually separated out a sustainability section.
Great.
And so those solar panels will be found, as well as the vegetation DEPA will be found in that sustainability section, so that the things are easier to find.
Good. Yeah,
So.
I just want to highlight that because I thought that was a unique element of this project. And then I did not see a very detailed description of the bus shelter in the conditions. And I just want to make sure that that happens as well.
Didn't we reference the plans that were given to the board?
I believe so.
Yeah.
It may not have been in the conditions. It may have been in the other documents. So if it's there, it's there.
I'll make an effort to make that, I will highlight that when it's in the condition. You know, within the file.
I know it is in there somewhere, but I
read it too somewhere, and I know I can't figure out which page it was in.
Okay, if it's there,
reference.
if it's there, I will find it. I just wanted to make sure it was there. I just didn't see it as detailed.
I'll try to call it out a little bit.
Great. I think I expected to
actually,
see it in the.
at the present time, it just says applicant shall build a bus shelter as per the approved site plans at the intersection of Queen Isabella Way and Chestnut. So those could you know, add on the drawing name and number, like some of the other things do, to be more specific about it.
And maybe add the intention, which is to provide shelter for the kids, the bus kids. That seems to be the point of it. We should make sure that intention is clear, and maybe partner that with the language that in the future, if there's a separate public bus stop on Chestnut, the applicant is not opposed to it. You know, I think that should be just beefed up a little bit.
I can beef it up a little bit.
And one last comment. I don't know if it's already covered. I didn't see it. But the bus shelter and the dog park and all the things that are important, that really kind of bring this community and the others together. Is there any point of making a condition to make sure that that gets built along in a certain percentage of construction and not that it's left for later to make sure that it takes place in proper time during construction?
The bus shelter, no problem. The only concern I have with the dog park, we're happy to build a dog park. We would hope you would make it conditions subject to approval of the Concom, because for whatever reason, if they don't approve it, we don't not want the project to go forward because the Concom didn't approve a dog park.
Yeah, that seems fair to me. I just want to make sure that there's no situation in which, for whatever other reason other than the one you cited, that we end up saying, "Oh, yeah, too bad we couldn't build a shelter." It has to be because it's part of what we discussed, right?
Yeah. We're happy to have them prior to C of O.
Does
That's
that work for you, Marcelo?
Prior to CFO of the entire project?
Yeah, well, it's
Yeah.
only 2 buildings.
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay.
All right, then, unless there are further comments from the board, Peter will be putting out new versions of these documents. Remember, and sometimes it's good actually, Peter, only to send out the conditions once on one document at this point, because the conditions are identical for both documents, and then it saves people a lot of reading and marking up 2 documents as well. And
that's why I was trying to organize it differently. So we'll take it from there. We'll go back to the old way.
Okay. So Kevin, did you have anything? Sitting there nice and quietly.
No, I had actually started editing that and never got it to Peter, but everything I have is pretty minor, and I think I can just reread the revised version. I think the only thing I would maybe need to ask the applicant's opinion on is under the construction procedures. There's a note in here about no parking on Chestnut Street. I think we should add America Boulevard and Queen Isabella to that, but I was also wondering if we could restrict construction access just to Chestnut Street, if you'd be able to work with your one driveway there or one in another temporary construction entrance, just for dirt tracking.
That can be very problematic, because there are times when you might be putting sewer lines in or drain lines across the entrance and you need to come in the back way. If we could simply phrase it that the majority of access be on Chestnut rather than, it'd be very problematic to limit it just one.
So would you not plan to have a second temporary access on Chestnut? It would just be the one driveway there, or?
Well, the secondary access would be at where the entrance to Queen Isabella is going to be. For fire code and reasons, it makes sense to have it where the future, and plus we're going to have to build that connection on Queen Isabella. So at some point we will be doing construction to make those two, the project and Queen Isabella, connect.
Okay.
But Chestnut is definitely our primary entrance.
Yeah,
we don't want to have.
And maybe that's entrance only off Queen Isabella, so you got clean tires. That's all I'm worried about. Yeah, even with sweeping every day, you're still going to have dirt outside your construction entrances.
Yeah, well, we're very cognizant of keeping the roads clean, because that's the first thing people complain about, and rightfully so. It's our intent to do as much off of Chestnut as possible, but there will be times when we're going to need that because the other one might be closed for a day or two, given construction. So it's the intent during construction and after construction that Chestnut would be the primary entrance.
I think that's a great point. And I know that when we started this project, people were concerned on the traffic clogs on the 2 locations. So would it be that we would kind of have a time restriction on using the Queen Isabella? Because obviously you don't want it during peak hours, because as is, it sounds like those 2 are bottlenecks for the community.
I want to say it's nothing before 9 a.m. Is that right? For using.
I know I saw construction hours in there starting at 7, but I'm not sure if there was a no deliveries before 9.
So the bylaws are 7 to 7.
So you can't put a condition on.
Yep. Well, there's also, if a truck must be unloaded or on Chestnut Street, and it could be or Queen Isabella Way, the applicant shall contact, or that's if they have to park, yes, on those streets. But there is a note about 9 a.m. in order to completely avoid the school bus issue.
I've never seen that. What would 9 a.m. encounter?
That was just in
That
a
was,
truck in the street, not
Yeah.
inside the
Yeah.
center.
We have no intention of parking trucks on Queen Isabella.
the actual thing was about if a truck needed to be unloaded on one of those streets, but I think it could also be that no trucks can go in and out on Queen Isabella before 9 a.m. or whatever. They would have to use Chestnut or wait, because that's when the kids are there at multiple times between, say, 7 and it's probably less than 9. It's probably 8:30 or something like that. But I think that's the concern, that there shouldn't be anything coming in Queen Isabella during school, during where those buses are, when kids are there, and there's a lot of kids. So.
Because that condition is right now for the Chestnut Street. Looks like it's there after 9 a.m. on Chestnut Street if you're parking or unloading on Chestnut, but it doesn't refer to Queen Isabella. I don't know if that helps to add on to that, because that's where the bottleneck is probably going to be.
Yep, that's one of the things I added on my copy. So I'm reading my own copy.
I assume you're not talking about unloading on site. You're just talking about in the street.
On the street. On the street. It's just about keeping trucks and kids from coming anywhere near each other, I think.
Yeah. I think it would be very helpful is when you get all your comments to Peter, if Peter could draft it up and send it to us so we can kind of look at everything in its context.
Yep, I have no point when Peter sends the draft out to us, there's no reason it can't go to you as well.
Thank you.
All right, on that note, I will entertain a motion to continue the public hearing until when, Peter? We are on
October
20?
13th. Excuse me?
Is this going to October 13th or to October 27?
I think we should put it on the 13th.
Okay. All right, we'll put it on the 13th.
I'll make a motion to continue the 100 Chestnut Street, October 13th.
And roll call vote.
Deepa Venkatai.
Anna Tesmanitsky, aye.
Marcelo Hona, aye.
Catherine Jersey, aye.
And Trisha Kendall, aye. So that is continued until the 13th.
Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
13th
Next on our agenda is
and
special permit and site plan review for 10 to 60 Main Street. I think at our last meeting, we basically got a general overview. Peter, do you want to fill in the gaps on this one about where we are?
so yeah, we just got a general overview at the last meeting. Obviously, we opened the public hearing at the last meeting. There was a general concept presented to the board. The applicant for 10 to 60 Main Street is represented by the owner, Mr. Rich Gordon. Some of us got to meet Rich on a site visit, along with the architect, Mr. Scott Richardson. Also included are Mr. Joe Antonellis and Mr. Craig Seymour. Mr. Craig Seymour is the economic consultant. And so I think tonight we're just trying to get a little bit deeper into the proposal within our process. We did go for a very successful site visit last Thursday. Obviously, 4 of our members were able to join us. The following day, actually the following Monday, I was able to go through the building with our police chief and our fire chief and Captain Lynn Moorhan. So I thank Rich kindly for setting up those site visits. Besides that, we're just going to go through a presentation. I believe Mr. Craig Seymour is going to give a presentation on the economic analysis and the economic impact of the project. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the update I have to give.
And for transparency, we want to remind the board that Mr. Seymour is also the creator of the economic development tool for Ashland as well.
That is correct, Mr.
That we talked about in an earlier meeting.
Yes. Excuse me. Thank you for adding that, Tricia. Yes, Mr. Craig Seymour did work for the town of Ashland at the time of the Cirrus, the development of the Cirrus apartments. So at that point, but yes, thank you.
To Scott and Rich, I guess, do you have, do you have more to present tonight? I know we received some renderings very recently about the river path. Did you want to present any new materials, and then we can start talking about the project in general?
Yes, so thanks. Hi, Scott Richardson. We do have those kind of revised concept renderings for the river walk based on our meeting last month that we could present. And we also have, as Peter mentioned, Craig's updated finance summary as well. So what's your pleasure?
Sorry, I muted myself. Why don't we talk about the economic summary first, and then go on to the prettier pictures, I guess.
Sure. Sure.
Hey, I think these economic pictures and financial stuff is very pretty. Come on now.
No offense intended.
All right. Well, let me kick off then. Scott, have you got my slides that you can put on?
Yeah, as I can, as soon as Peter lets me.
And just to say why he's working on that, it was my firm, Arcade Associates, that I worked for at the time, that did the work on Cirrus and did the work on creating the fiscal impact template. I was not the author of that. I oversaw some of that work on it, but just it's not completely mine. Had other people involved with it, but I will refer to that in my comments tonight as well.
Yeah, we seem to have lost Peter, I think. So is he the host? I assume.
I don't.
He's probably getting back on, but
Okay. Okay.
I'm not sure I can.
I see his icon back, just not his face yet.
Okay. There he is. You're muted.
You're muted.
Sorry, everybody. I had to get up real quick unexpectedly.
Yeah. So I just need to share my screen, Peter, when you can. You're muted again.
Muted.
Scott, you are a co-host. Trisha, I just made you a co-host.
Okay.
As well, I'm sorry. I typically do that at the beginning after that. The floor is yours.
Okay, let's see. Click on that.
Says your screen starting to screen share.
Everybody see that?
Yeah.
Is that good? Is that good, Craig?
That's good. I can see that, and hopefully everybody else can as well. Peter asked me to start with a kind of an introduction, kind of a little primer on what fiscal impact analysis is. And I want to go through that before we get into the actual numbers. Fiscal impact analysis is a methodology that's used by communities all over the country to try to estimate what the financial changes that might take place as a result of a activity, in this case, a new development coming forward. And what it does is calculates the incremental costs associated with this one project coming into the town. It doesn't look at bigger pictures of how that affects long-term activities within town or borrowing capacity and those kinds of things for the most part, but it really focuses on a project at the margin, because when you're talking about this project we're talking about, it's a relatively small change in both number of people, number of housing units, and the square footage of commercial space that we're dealing with in Ashland. So with that in mind, what this does is provide a snapshot of what this project might look like once it's fully built out. And assuming that's going to be a 12, 14, 18 month, 24 month period, but it looks at it when it's completed and then compares that to the current revenue and expenditure patterns of the community. It assumes the town is going to continue to operate in the way it has in the past. In other words, there's no major changes going on in terms of how it collects revenues or how it expends money. It also provides, it looks at the revenues that come in from new property taxes and any other direct estimatable revenues such as fee for services and those types of things, or excise taxes from cars. And then on the expenditure side, it focuses primarily on those expenditures in the general fund. And again, I have to push back. This is the general fund we're talking about, and not enterprise funds or any special use funds. That focus on those things that might change with the change in population, with the number of housing units, or the employment that takes place in the commercial activities. So that's public safety, public works, general government, and we'll talk about that in a second. It's not necessarily all a general government, but I've included it in here. And then finally, education stemming from the number of school-age children come in. It doesn't look at the fixed costs that the town has, because it assumes, the whole methodology assumes those do not change in the short run. Insurances, service, intergovernmental transfers, those are bigger picture items that are set by the town council, the city council, or whatever, who the legislative body, over longer periods of time with myriad more information relative to just this single project. Next one. The methodology that's utilized, and this is common among pretty much all consultants that deal with this. Sometimes people get much more detailed, some are less detailed. But first of all, you define the project, number of units, number of people are going to be living there, number of households. If it's a commercial component, you estimate the employment that comes off of that. And that generally it comes from census data. And then you also estimate the number of school-age children. And that's based upon the unit and the bedroom count. And sources for that data are varied. Some of it's census data, some of it is actual experiential data that you have. And in this case, you have Cirrus as a somewhat of a comparable project that we could use that data in terms of the number of school-age children. And also you have some inventories that have been done regionally that also look at a broad number of projects and tries to come up with these factors. Next step is estimated tax revenues. Now, we don't know what the assessor is actually going to assess this project for, but from my experience for 30 years as an appraiser and working with assessors in many, many communities, typically at the beginning of a project, what they do is they utilize a cost approach and use the hard construction cost as a proxy for the assessed value of this property. It tends to be fairly accurate over time, not perfectly accurate, but it tends to be a good way of starting this process to be able to estimate what the revenue is. You apply current tax rates to that. Your current rate of 1588 or last year's rate of 1588 is what we did. And then from that, you also estimate either per capita or per household fee income from fees for services, in this case, auto excise taxes, we also estimate. Now, for the general fund expenditures, you look at those incremental costs. We do a deep dive analysis of the town's budget. We look at public safety, police, fire, and ambulance, public works, culture and recreation, and general government. Now, these services typically are applied to people, to residents in the town, or in many cases from police and public safety, it's really to the number of front doors that there are, the households that they actually service in the thing. Some of that is for residents, but others, of course, is for the commercial activity in town. And we, for a proxy for that, what we do is look at the employment overall in the town, and then we divide up these costs, these general fund municipal service costs, between the residential component and the commercial component. We do that by looking and using as a proxy assessed value. The assessed value of the residential plus the assessed value of the commercial and industrial base that's in the town. And we divide these services on a proportional basis between that, on an incremental basis. Next one. Next step then is to calculate the per household or per capita costs in some cases, or the per employee costs for each of these incremental. You'll see me do this. You'll see this in a table in a moment, so it'll explain it a little bit better. To come up with the cost per new household and the cost per new employee. For the student education costs, we look at the school district's budget in detail and separate out the fixed costs from the variable costs. Teachers, classroom supplies, those types of things are variable costs. So if you add one child to the school system, those costs are proportionally going to go up. If you add 20 children, they're going to go up proportional to the number of students in the school system. So again, that's how we ended up estimating that. And you simply apply these factors to the new project, the numbers we've estimated, and sum it to get the total cost. So you have total revenues, subtract from that the total municipal service costs to get the net fiscal impact. That's in simple terms, what fiscal impact is all about. Next one, Scott.
Yep.
For 10 to 50 Main Street, you call it 10 to 60, we're calling it 10 to 50. Today, it currently is estimated, it's assessed at about $1.7 million. Most of that's in the land, by the way, and not in the buildings. And it currently pays $27,000 a year in taxes. We estimate that when it's completed, with the 200 housing units and 30,000 square feet of commercial space, it's going to be assessed at over $61 million. And as a result of that, will generate nearly $1 million in annual property taxes. It's going to generate from the studios and the 1-bedroom and the 2-bedroom units. We've estimated about 312 new residents, and from that, about 20 school-age children. Plus, the commercial activity, once it's all fully occupied in activity, based upon the standard square foot per employee averages across the wide variety of types of businesses, since we don't know exactly what's going to be there. We estimate there could be about 80 full-time employees. Now, for the revenues, you get the property taxes, which I just mentioned, and you subtract from that the current property taxes, so you don't want to double count that. You've got, we estimate $31,000 in excise, motor vehicle excise taxes from the cars that are going to be living there, plus about $129,000 in local receipts. That's the money that comes in from fees for services and other receipts that the government, that the town receives. So that's a total of a little over $1.1 million. The other thing I want to point out, though, there's a one-time, that's on an annual basis. On a one-time basis, when this project is under construction, it's going to pay substantial building permit fees and substantial water sewer hookup fees. Now, those fees ostensibly are for the costs to the town of hooking this up. But in reality, those fees oftentimes are far in excess of what it actually costs the town, or in this case, the water and sewer district, to actually hook those up or to provide those building permits. And typically what happens in the excess on that goes right back to the general fund. We don't dwell on that, but that's a case that is very much happens in many of the communities for projects of this size. Next one. So I'm trying to be quick here to get through this, but to estimate this on a table basis, you can see the municipal expenditures are broken out. There's 6,796 households in the town. And if you take the total cost, what we do is break that down between the assessed value of the residential, which is about 93%, and about 6.9% of the total tax base is commercial and industrial. We apply those factors to the total budgets within these categories, the police, fire, general government, and so on. And then separate it out between the residential costs, which as you see total out to be about $1,608 per unit per household, and about $117 per employee. Now you notice general government and human services aren't included in the employment numbers in the commercial because they really don't impact. Those services primarily, and particularly human services and education, of course, are focused on residents, not so much on the employment in town. Adding the $10 million budget up plus the 538 that is a total, was last year's actual general fund budgets. Multiplying that by the 200 units and the estimated employees comes up with $321,000 that it's going to cost the town to service the residents that are there, and just under $10,000 to service the employees that are there, or $331,000 in total. The education costs, and how I got to that is I took the district's budget, and the last one I had, really detailed budget I had, was from 2019, and went through it in great detail and looked at the variable costs versus the fixed costs and applied it on a per student basis over the entire district. The variable costs added up and then applied that to the 20 students, and it works out to be about $184,000 that the district will expend and charge back to the general fund, the town, to educate those 20 kids. Now, that number can be argued up and down depending on what's incurred in it. I tried to be as conservative as possible and include many of the costs that otherwise would be considered fixed costs. For example, though, you know, I've got teaching costs and teachers and all those kinds of things and special ed costs in there. But for example, the principal's office, the administration of the school district isn't going to change with 20 new kids coming into it. So that's a fixed cost and is not included. So adding those two together, we get a total municipal service costs of $515,000. Go to the next slide. You'll see the summary is that we have about $1.1 million coming in, less than $515,000. So it has a very positive fiscal impact of $595,000. Now, I also ran this through the town's 2018 fiscal impact template, which RKG had created. And it came out to be a slightly greater fiscal impact of about $604,000. Property taxes were a little different the way it's calculated. Municipal service costs were significantly less. And one of the reasons for that is the template does not include general government. Because general government is one of those things, well, you know, Mr. Hebert's office is not going to enlarge substantially with one new project coming in with 200 new residents. But some other things, such as a town clerk, they're going to be busier, and some of the other activities are going to be busier. I was conservative and threw all of general government into it. So the template doesn't do that. So hence, that's why it came out with a larger net positive fiscal impact. Also, because the factors used in that in that template is they estimate only 17 school age children coming out at a lower cost, obviously. So from that, and summing up the other, on top of the fiscal impacts, or if you go to the next one, please, Scott, there are also economic impacts. And that is not so much focused too much on the town, but really at the state level, because when it's under construction, you're going to have roughly 300 construction workers, full-time equivalent construction workers, who are going to be paid $24 million during this process. Some of that money might get spent in Ashland, which is important. Ongoing employment, the 80 jobs that are going to be there are going to have wages of, we estimate about $3.6 million a year. Some of those may be residents of Ashland. Others may be, they'll come in and they'll have lunches and they'll spend some money there, buy things from other businesses that are in town. So it's an important thing. The other idea that's been talked about is that part of this space may be set up perhaps as incubator or maker space that would provide some activities or a place for those kinds of activities for the entrepreneurs, the work at home folks that you have in Ashland. And I won't get into the economics of it too much, but when you have direct impacts of salaries being paid, you also have indirect impacts when that money that first is paid out to people as salary then gets re-spent throughout the regional economy. And that generates additional employment opportunities and support for employment opportunities, as well as additional taxes. In this case, we're talking on both sides, income taxes to the state and sales taxes to the state as well, which are relatively substantial numbers when we come to a project of this size. So lastly, I will just conclude with this summary of the assessed value. If you go to the next one, please, Scott. Mm-hmm. It currently is assessed at 1.7. It's going to be assessed somewhere north of $60 million. The real estate taxes are going to go from $27,000 to $977,000, plus some other revenues coming in. And so service costs are going to be in the ballpark of 515. So it's a very positive annual fiscal impact, in addition to the $1.7 million in one-time revenues coming into the town. So with that, I will conclude and turn it back over and be happy to answer any questions people might have.
Thank you. That's obviously a lot of information. Does anyone have any immediate questions on the data, the process? Obviously, we'll be coming back to this, I assume, many times over the course of this project. But if anyone has any questions or comments right now.
I do have a couple of questions. So I guess the biggest cost impact that I don't think is captured, and this maybe isn't for every community, but I believe an influx of children's going to have a big impact on the school besides just adding the cost per pupil, because I think we're probably at about the limits of what our schools can take. So how would you factor like building a new school? Like obviously you're not asking a developer to pay for a new school. That's not my point, but there should be maybe some way to talk about that. And then I think one thing that's particularly missed about education is that you're talking school age children, but I think it's up to the planning board too to investigate this with the school. But there's children that aren't school age that are getting school services. So I think I just like to be factual about it. So I think one is for the planning board, but the comment about like infrastructure that would be needed, looks like it's absent from that analysis.
Yeah, Ken, that's a good point. What we applied here is an average cost approach, looking at it and assuming that the providers, whether it's municipal expenditures on a general fund or at the school level, have the capacity to add the 20 students that we estimate onto it. That has been, particularly in the last 10 years, has been pretty much the case in most communities in Massachusetts because of declining enrollments. If you look at your enrollments on your district, they have declined over the past 10 years. So within the overall school district, there is capacity for additional children. Now, if there is a particular school within that, such as in town itself, which is at capacity, then adding 20 kids to that may, impact that particular school. But the assumption here is that the school district can deal with that in terms of how it allocates classroom space, how it allocates teachers, and those types of things. If we were talking hundreds of kids coming into it, that may be much more relevant. But in this case, with only 20 new kids coming in, and they're going to come across all grade levels as well. So it's not as if they're going to be all in one classroom. They're going to be scattered across all 12 grade levels and preschool at that. So that's my response to that. But it's really a matter of perhaps going to the superintendents or the principals and saying, if you get 20 kids across 12 grades, are you going to be able to deal with that? And I would guess right now, looking at my analysis of the enrollments, is that the school district has a capacity to do that. And for this particular project.
Yeah, and we will at some point, as mentioned on that earlier email from Superintendent Adams, that we will be inviting him to come to speak with the planning board as soon as we look at what window we want him to come in, with the other things we have going on. So.
And I have to say, I really appreciate that. First of all, I appreciate the presentation, and I have to say, I glance a little bit on your background, Mr. Seymour, and I'm delighted that we have somebody with economic analysis background here. I can tell you, I started as an economics major in college, and I very quickly changed to political science. I just couldn't quite handle the math. So good for you. Good for you that you're here. And I have to say that it would be helpful, I think, to have your input on maybe, obviously this specific presentation is very insightful, but there are other elements of this project, such as the commercial use piece and other items that it may be helpful to have an economic perspective on. So I am kind of curious to hear about your role for this project and whether you're an available resource to us on other items. For example, one of the things that I thought about during the site walk was, what is the viability for specific use on site, right? And I think it'd be helpful for us as the planning board to hear about that, so that we have an understanding of what is realistic and what isn't, what is economically viable and what isn't for the developer and the town. So for a different discussion, but I guess my question for you is, what is your role in this project, and are you available for that kind of consult input data for us moving forward?
My role is to provide this economic and financial input to the team, to Mr. Gordon's team. And we had touched on some of these subjects in some of the earlier meetings, the outreach to the community that we've undertaken so far. And some of these questions have come up, and that with town staff as well. So as long as I'm welcome as long as I'm asked to do it. I'll be happy to advise and to provide my thoughts on any of these subjects as we go forward.
I think that would be
But it's
helpful.
it's Rich's call.
Yeah.
I'll put it. It's Rich's call more than mine. So.
Understood. In other words, Rich is your client, and if he allows it, you're available. And I understand.
Correct. And so far, he's been very, very cooperative with that in the town. So.
Yeah, and I think that would be helpful if there's room for that discussion, with the understanding, obviously, that we can't force you to be here. I mean, surely you want to hang out with us until 11 every other Thursday, but we understand. So kind of going back to this particular presentation, I appreciate Kate's question because it got me thinking, what costs are not obvious to us, right? So is there a increase, if you will, that we should be concerned about as far as water, sewer use to other members of the community with this project?
From the water and sewer use, at least my thoughts on that is that those are enterprise funds. Their revenues, they generate revenues from their user fees that they charge for water and sewer services. That includes not only operational costs, but also capital costs to maintain the capacities necessary. They plan for that. They build a rate structure based on that. So that's why they're independent of this fiscal analysis that's done. This is focused generally just on the general fund, what impacts the tax base and the tax rate in the town of Ashland. Those items don't do that because they're independent of the general fund.
Understood. So this is an analysis of, if you look at this analysis as an analysis of cost, it's just impact on the general fund. And we as a planning board, and this is more of a comment to the rest of the planning board, it sounds to me like we should be aware that there is costs to this project that are not general fund related, that we're not hearing about in this presentation.
Yeah, and our role in fiscal impact analysis really focuses on the general fund, which really focuses on the tax rate in the town, what your average taxpayer in town is going to pay. In this case, it's going to be positive, which barring any other change in the town, if the select board continues and the town council continues to spend as they have in the past, then tax rate would go down. That obviously doesn't always occur because you have many other things that they have to consider in terms of the overall running and operation of the town. But this is going to contribute over $500,000 in net positive new revenue to the town every year, which then the town can use how it sees fit.
And do you have more questions at this time?
I'm good.
Any other members of the board have questions for Mr. Seymour at this time? I'm sure we'll have opportunities to bother him again.
No bother.
Right, and to get an understanding of all these numbers. Then why don't we see the images that were sent around of the river path, kind of switching gears to make sure we're up to date on all that information as well.
Sure.
And then I think after that, I would like to, in general, I think most of us were able to attend the site walk. And I think it would be a good idea to have information from the board about their reaction to that site walk, what they saw, what kind of came out of that for them. I'd be interested in hearing and how then that might affect the project as it goes forward. But first, let's see more about the site walk, about the river walk.
Sure. So everybody sees the site plan on the screen there? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So again, thank you for those who were able to walk the site. It is, I think, as some of you experienced, maybe for the first time, it's a rather large site and takes a while to get through. And obviously circulating through the existing buildings is always an adventure. So we did start over here. So I just wanted to kind of go through what we talked about and kind of discuss our previous presentation on the Riverwalk. So as everybody observed, there is this concrete retaining separation wall that borders the whole east side of the property, separating the lot from the river. And that basically stays intact for forever, I guess, until something better comes along, maybe in 100 years. The intent is to develop this walkway along that wall, incorporating landscaping areas and seating areas, respite areas, if you will, along the walk. Our presentation last month showed a kind of a hard surface walkway. We got some commentary back that it would be nice if it was more of a wooden walkway, similar to what's over at the mill pond. So we've incorporated that. And we also have incorporated a little bit more landscaping and sitting areas to enhance the experience as you do walk along the river, essentially. And also kind of developed a better, I think, access and connection to Main Street down on the south side of the lot. Apologize for the fact that these renderings were not titled, but we had just kind of completed them, so we thought we wanted to get them off to Peter and then subsequently to you. So this is entering off of Myrtle Street. This is the retaining wall, and we're proposing, as before, that the walk starts here, and we hopefully will be able to incorporate a crosswalk to go over to the Mill Pond walkway. As along the top of the retaining wall, we will be putting in a railing system, but we have eliminated any other railings on the occupied side of the property. Just scrolling through these. So this is looking back. We have come down the ramp. The walkway continues here. We've incorporated some plantings along the raised portion and potentially some seating areas, and having this as a wooden or Trex type walkway and opening it up a lot more on both sides.
Can I interrupt with one question, Scott?
Sure. Yes.
Just to be clear, now when we were there, that wall is, I don't know, probably like chest high, that concrete wall?
Correct.
So that concrete wall is untouched. You're just adding a rail on top of it. Is that right?
That's
height of the
correct.
wall, the height of the wall is the same because you can't touch it.
That's correct. And
Okay.
we are elevating this walkway about 2 feet above the driveways, so that we're basically building our walkway up about halfway up the existing wall, if you will. And that provides a nice barrier and some safety from traffic and so on. Scrolling back down, this is looking from, from the second floor of one of the buildings. We're looking at the back end of 10 Main Street, and looking back at Myrtle Street, and again, just a further view of the walkway along the river. Again, a view that would be kind of from the building, again, from the second floor, looking down towards the walkway. And in one area, we're able to kind of enlarge the area and have a sitting area with potentially some more landscaping here before the parking starts, because this is just wide enough for a driveway, not any parking spaces. Again, continuing along the back area. Again, this is the back parking. We're up on the second floor of the residential component, one of the buildings there, looking back towards the walk. Same here. And this is kind of at the southeastern terminus of the concrete wall. It essentially does end about here and is replaced by a berm which also has to stay in essentially intact, but we're basically rebuilding it and again incorporating it into the granite retaining walls that we want to build in front of the walkway and develop potentially additional sitting areas and this walkway along the south side of the site. This is looking from that first floor. Well, it's actually the Main Street level, if you will, which towards the back becomes the second floor, looking towards that southeast corner. This is looking back at the drive that comes in on the south side from Main Street, comes down and accesses the lower parking, and then our walkway is developed here on the side of the berm. I think that might be the last one. This is again, as if you're standing on the walkway looking towards the south side elevation of number 50. Yep. So that's the update to that part, and just reinforcing the fact that we are renovating in place the first two buildings, developing commercial space on the first floors at the street side, and then residential on the second floors of each of those, and residential to the back of number 20. As we went through the lower levels, we felt that at first we were going to have parking under this building, but we felt that that space, as we talked about in the field, could work pretty nicely as commercial space. The potential for a restaurant or maybe a brewery in the former or current boiler room is a potential as well. The other buildings would all have parking under them to provide the parking that we're proposing. So that is kind of the latest update based on some of the feedback we got. And as we looked at how that walkway could be more user-friendly and also provide a nice walk area elevated from the parking area, as well as be able to provide some overlook over the wall to the river, and hopefully tie in at the north side to the Mill Pond walkway. And actually, let me, sorry, go back and show once more. There was talk about, as we were standing here, there's actually a kind of triangular area that has trees in it and so on, that is not really accessible or usable for the complex. That was discussed that this could be developed or left for the town to develop a sitting area or a park area here. Likewise, on the south side, there's this area that's beyond the berm. And this is typically not, this shows this as kind of a river. This has water in it because it's the sluiceway, but it's not a real active waterway. So the potential is that this area, in consultation with Concom and with the town, might be an area that could be also devoted to the town to develop as a park area as well, if so allowed. Rich had, we had talked about that on site and talked about it afterwards. Rich, I don't know if you want to add some thoughts to both of those areas.
No, you covered it. That would be the plan, to hopefully give that back to the town, let them develop. It also goes back further towards, I believe it's Concord Street, up that way. Yeah. And that old stretch of water right there is from the tail race, which is no longer used. So there's very little water in it. That might even be able to get filled in. That would be a question for George, but there's quite a bit of space back there. I haven't quantified it, but I think if you added it, it could be over an acre. And that would be something that we'd like to engage with the town with as far as a give back.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so at this time, I mean, most members of the board were able to attend the site walk, and I see Kathy Rooney on here as well, who's the chair of the design review committee, and she was there as well. And so I would invite, I guess at this time, I would like to hear the some feedback from the site walk, different impressions people had and how that influences what they hope is part of the project as we kind of look at a big picture of this thing, of the site and of the design. Want to jump in first? Marcelo?
Sure. So I have I think big picture, because I think you're right. I think big picture is the way to start. Especially with a project as complex as this one. Because I think that although I think there is a lot of great material here, I rather stay away from the renderings at this point. I mean, these are things that will be developed in the future, and I don't want to feel that we're just tweaking the edges of a complete design, because that's just not the way I see it. I would like to talk about what I see, and I think I mentioned this in the last meeting. What I see of the advantage and the positive programmatic components and the positive nature of this project, and I'm really happy that the project is happening. Personally, I think I'm grateful that there's somebody with the energy to take this really difficult endeavor, because it's going to be a very difficult project to do, and I would like it to be successful. So that I guess we just touched on first. The first one is what I mentioned. To me, is critical to make this project successful. Is that green belt that connects the street all around the project along the river. And I know that there's an evident intention of making it happen. I think it needs to be developed in a very organic way, that it feels natural, not just a series of pathways between two walls, but that connection and the beginning and the end. And I think if it would be good, actually. Can I ask Scott? Can I ask you to put the plan back on the screen, because it's easier to visualize it that way. So if we start from the left, that on that triangular piece that Scott mentioned, the way I see that is the entry point, not to this project, but to the entire downtown of Ashland. And there's a very important connection with the energy that comes from the green area across the street from where the waterfall is. And so this first part, I think, needs to be thought about really carefully, because it's the beginning of that green belt that will connect ultimately to whatever happens with the other side, that right side that Scott mentioned, that's potentially available. But it right now we see it in this plan as just like three separate pieces, right? Like a green area, a ramp, and another parking lot. And I think combined with the idea that, and I'm happy to hear that maybe the idea of putting parking under the old buildings maybe has been discarded. I'm not sure that would have been very successful. But the beginning of this belt is, and the composition of that needs to feel more, not just like a ramp going down and a parking lot, but something that is completely connected, landscape-wise, with the street and with the entrance to Ashland. So the green belt and the development of that, I think that would be critical, and I think that should be part of the discussion, piece by piece. Not unlike what we've seen in other projects that start with an idea of landscape, but end up with something that is a lot more oriented towards what the town is going to be using it for, and the public realm. So overall on that is I think is clear to me. The other part of this is the nature of the site. The historic buildings that we walk through very complicated. They've been through a lot of transition changes over the last 150 years or so, whatever the time is, and they are now, I guess, getting ready to the next transformation to bring them to the 21st century. So there is a part of the site, and when I read this plan, I see it's a very horizontal view of it. You know, all these bars spread around the side. That's the way the mill used to run. But in this case, it worries me a little bit that the face of the street becomes the face of a number of buildings that really have all these deep canyons and as opposed to a welcoming public space. But beyond that, there's 3 historic buildings to the left, and there's a big open area and a number of buildings to the right that we all, I think, my feeling, I don't know how others felt, the idea of removing all those buildings and all these accessory structures in the back, to me, it is the right way to go. There's just no way how you can reuse those, in my experience, that would be successful. However, I know that this idea introduces the idea of demolishing the 3rd building. Each one of these buildings is different. One is a little taller than the other. One is deeper than the other. They're different, but the one on the right that's supposed to be demolished. One of the things I came away with in my head is that I don't see a clear rationale for why that cannot be reused myself, but I wanted to put it on this viewpoint. The left side of the site where the old buildings are located, it needs to be enhanced in a little more, I guess, a little more creative way, a more open-minded way in what it is really historic preservation. I personally don't subscribe to the idea that the buildings have to stay exactly as they are, that the buildings have to cannot offer to serve as the base for something new. And I don't think it's a good idea to, and I know some people feel differently, to repeat materiality or architectural features of an old building in a new construction. I think the old needs to stay where it was, and it should be just the base. So I would just suggest that as a possibility, saving that 3rd building could be, it's empty on the inside. It's a big shell, so you could really put anything inside, including parking if you want to, and think about these buildings as something that maybe you could actually add something on them if you do it tactfully. That has been done in all buildings in Boston, all over the place, and as long as it's respectful to the base, I wouldn't be opposed to myself to seeing some 3rd floor or on the roof, at least this structure, if we can save it as opposed to just tear it down. That would be kind of an in-between between the old and the new. And then to the right of that little historic district within the site, there will be kind of the new district, and that's the last part I'm going to talk about. I mentioned a little bit that it seems a little misplaced to me, the geometry or the siting of these new buildings. I think the little parking area in front of the old buildings is very uncomfortable enough already to park there and to move it. And I know it may be maintained in some fashion, but what happens to the right of it is just a deep street that is full of parking and ends up on a ramp that drops down. That doesn't seem to me that's adding to the downtown feel of what you feel going down when you walk or when you drive. I would rather see that new part of the development organizing maybe in a slightly different way. It doesn't have to be all these deep canyons between buildings, like the 3rd and the 4th building in this project. They're really close together. I mean, there will be even fire separation issues there between and the relationship between 2 separate buildings so close together and the windows that face each other. So I would just ask that this kind of that we start seeing it maybe in a way that on the right side of the site there is a little opening towards the public, that there's something that really, when you come from the other street, I forget the name, on that intersection in front of the corner spot, that there's kind of a reciprocal dialogue of public space, and that's where the retail can work. I think that would be much more successful than having these retail spaces way on the back of the building that you have to walk through a deck all the way to get there. I doubt that is going to be successful myself. But I guess I'll stop at that. I think those three items are the ones that I came about in my head from the site visit.
Thanks, Marcella. Kevin, Kate, Anna.
I would definitely echo what Marcelo said there about the third building. I think the first thing I noticed when I walked into there was that it was this big open, freestanding wall. And that I've been on projects where we've spent all sorts of time and effort to try to save an old building and needing to, re-support the walls to be able to hollow it out so that you could build up from it. And it seems to me, and I'm not a structural engineer, but I've seen these things done before. And it seems that there may be some way to build up from in that. And then at the end of the walk, we were standing back on the corner, and if you look from kind of the beginning, and you see building 10 is 1 story and then 2 stories on building 20, and maybe 30 could stay as the 1 story of granite and have the new kind of rise out of it and help blend to the rest of the project. And not necessarily the whole building to the back, but that one room that we spent that had like a machine shop in there. I mean, it seems like you could almost just rip the roof off that, put steel columns down to the floor and rise out of it to blend to the rest of the project. That was my first impression there. It just instantly reminded me of a building I worked on in Cambridge, and we spent all sorts of money to have to support the existing walls. That one's already standing on its own.
All right, thanks, Kevin. If you were finished, anyone else comments about the site visit, site walk, impressions?
I mean, I guess I'll jump in. I will say that I had a couple of reactions. One is I think that this project, if done right, will completely change how our downtown feels, right? So my big picture reaction is this is a tremendous opportunity for Ashland. And when I think about what that looks like, I thought to myself, what is it about this specific space? Obviously, we're focused on the history, and that's really important. In addition, what makes this unique is that river, that natural access point, and the potential integration with the rest of downtown, right? And that fascinates me, that element that through this project, we could literally expand the public accessibility and walkability and feeling of our downtown. Right now, that downtown is sort of, there's one street, there's Main Street, you drive through, you've got that beautiful river and the waterfall, and then you're kind of driving through and you're done, right? And this could create this neighborhood that's right there with this ability to walk through. Right now, we're talking about this very appealing, today's presentation of this appealing roundabout accessibility all around, this walk around, right? But on site, what I felt like was what an exciting opportunity to integrate and literally create a neighborhood that we don't have, that is river-based, history-based, and a totally new way to feel downtown. That in theory, that connection can be not just all around, but we can connect to the farmer's market, towards the library. There's that green space out back that Rich mentioned he could give to the town. What does that mean? I don't have all the answers, but that big picture, that was one thing that jumped on me. The other thing that was jumping out is the unique commercial capacity here in this space. And I did speak to Rich about it on site, this idea that, hey, what about having some commercial closer to the water? That would make Ashland a very unique destination for commercial space, whether it's a boutique hotel towards the back, towards the water side, or more commercial on the back side. There's not a lot of water-based downtowns in the Metro West area. And I could see that attraction. Hey, I want to go to Ashland and have dinner by the water, or stay in a nice boutique hotel in Ashland, which we don't have right now here. Those were some of the elements that jumped out at me. And the last thing I'll say is thinking about integration of history and modern, this is a very unique visual project that can combine the history element with new things. And I would like to see further discussion. And I think that's where Marcelo's points go to Kevin's points. So I don't want to repeat what they said, but I echo what they said. And I do wonder about that parking, the parking space on that visual, whether there's a way to integrate that to be the green space and reverse. You know how there's that green space out back that is currently completely in the weeds, not utilized by the public, and it's not really in a prime location for public use. Is there a way to reverse those two pieces and put the public green space between these projects, between building 40 and building 50, and use that unutilized green space for parking? I wonder about that as well.
All right, thanks, Anna. Kate, Deepa, and Kathy Rooney, if you want to have an opportunity to speak as well. Anyone?
I did not get to attend the site visit, but I guess it's just sort of a general comment in our keeping with trying to get big things out front. This project clearly is critically related to water and waterfront distances and what's allowed. And I want to make, I guess, find out what the trail is with conservation, because I don't want to have this go too far along with the planning board and we say, well, it's actually not buildable there, but it's buildable here. Those kind of things. I don't think it's a good idea to wait. And I think we do have to be cognizant of, I believe this is technically under a time limitation permit way that it was under the form-based code. So that's allowed to be extended by mutual agreement, but there's technically an understanding that's expedited. So I am concerned about the Conservation Commission input.
Scott and Rich, do you have any comments about that right now, about where you any restrictions about being close to the water? Are those already being met? Is that investigated?
Yeah, there's George had gone through Concom approval a couple of years ago on just understanding what is developable on the site and what any restrictions are. So we're basically able to do whatever we, essentially what we're proposing here, as long as we stay on this side of the wall and this side of the berm. Obviously, we can't extend out of that zone. And given that this is a brownfield site that's been fully developed for a very long time, I think George did share the Concom, those Concom meetings with Peter a week or so ago. So he's the best person to kind of talk about that. But from our understanding and what was approved a couple of years ago, we don't see that there's any issue with what we're proposing here. But he will be, confirming that now that we have this concept to review.
Okay.
So I guess that's the thinking. If it was a couple years ago, there wasn't a project, and I just
so there was,
I know it gets frustrating to everyone if something big gets late, right? So we do have to get our arms around that, I think.
Sure.
Can I just jump in?
Yeah.
So a couple of years ago, the Conservation Commission did what's called I'm sorry, I'm blanking on my Conservation Commission terms, but they, excuse me?
Was it an ANRAD?
They did it at ANRAD plan. That's correct. Thank you so much, Scott. They did an ANRAD plan. So what they did with the ANRAD plan, that is the first step within the conservation process, and that certifies the wetland line. And that's what was completed at the conservation level, was they certified the conservation, they certified the wetlands, and where the buffers actually lie on the site. So at this current time, the applicant has a certified NRAD plan that's still in effect to this day. With a notice of intent will have to be filed. And also because it's in the floodplain district, and then also a stormwater permit will have to be filed for within the conservation process.
All right, thanks, Peter. Oh,
There
sorry,
are multiple levels. Right now, we're at the number one level is they have a certified NRAD plan, they have certified their wetland.
So, and those plans are regardless, those would be the restrictions or the rules, regardless of what's put on the site, that they would have to maintain these boundaries or these setbacks, these rules that are being laid out.
Correct. And typically for a big project like this, or any project, right? Regarding there's wetlands, there's a river in close proximity. Before they start drawing where the location of the building would be and or what construction is going to take place, a developer and the applicant will want to outline and have a mutual agreement on where those buffers are, right? And so that is what an ANRAD plan does. It's an agreement and it's a certification of existing wetland lines.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's see, Deepa or Kathy, do you want to jump in at all, or just sitting back for tonight?
I don't have major this one, but I've always been kind of pondering on the scale of this project and the fact that we are looking at this project as a gateway to Ashland. I keep going back to that year-old conversation, and I've always wondered what is it that we could do in that corner where we are turning into the ramp from Myrtle Street. Should that be on a level that kind of connects to what's going on the Main Street? Is that area on the plot really being utilized in a way that the scale kind of, I think I'm having a little bit of disconnect on the scale, like you turn into Main Street and then that's when you see these buildings, but there's that disconnect on that corner exactly where your cursor is, Scott. Yeah, that particular part of the plot I see you have a nice entry, kind of a tower there, but that kind of helps with the scale. But should there be I like the idea of what Anna said about a boutique hotel. So maybe that corner is kind of starts to connect with the Mill Pond on the other side and kind of becomes a little more interesting as you turn around the corner. But other than that, I think it's the design details on how the ramp and how that landscaping can improve. But I get stuck on that corner a lot because I feel like that's a gateway, and somehow I wonder if you're missing out on opportunities that we could utilize.
I also think it's very, I assume probable, it's up to Rich Gordon, but that we could still schedule another walkthrough for anyone that would like to. It's such a big project and we have a lot of time ahead of us to do that. So please reach out if either of you would like that opportunity. Kathy, did you want to, I saw you unmuted. Did you want to jump in?
Sure. It was really interesting seeing the site, and I appreciated the opportunity to do so. And I'm sure the other members of the design review who couldn't come that day are very interested in seeing this site. So if we get the opportunity again, we would definitely want to take Mr. Richardson up on that. I think I'm concerned about this project as it is, partly because I've heard the public talk about the numbers of apartments, and I'm personally appalled at the numbers of apartments, and I was very upfront with Mr. Richardson about that on the tour. So I'm concerned that we've actually gotten this far, or he's gotten this far in the process. And so anyway, we went through the site. I I do see this as a project, like many others have mentioned, that we can do something very different and very unique. And what's proposed right now is it's getting there, but it's by no means there. I really liked what Marcello was talking about coming down Cherry Street and being able to see through to the river. I think that we should definitely maybe planning and conservation, or planning, design review and conservation, have a meeting about all the possibilities about the type of work that might be able to be done, so the river can actually be seen and be more accessible. Because just on the other side of the wall, there's still trash, but there's also 90% of the plant material over there is invasive, and there's the occasional native plant. But if we could get rid of those invasives and do a one-time clean out of that area with the permission of conservation, even though we'd be working right in the water or at the water's edge, and do a restoration project, there would be some, it would flip how it looks over there, and it would be exponentially better. And the same is true for the little gate park and the other park on the other side. One of the worst invasive plants is over there, the knotweed, on this side inside the raceway. And I haven't had a chance to walk the other part of it just to see what I thought about it, because I had no idea that that land was owned by him. And then just looking back from the walkway, the proposed walkway, what do you see? And so if you were on the other side of the river, what would you see? What would you see just from the walkway? And right now you just see the backs of buildings and garages. And I'm concerned that the renderings looked like they were showing parking spaces down there, because my understanding was there was no parking spaces on that lowest level. And so my question that I posed, in part, sort of in keeping with the theme, to the applicant was, what could we do against those buildings in terms of trees, so that people look back and see some buffering trees? We could create some habitat, perhaps more habitat out there, and it would start to really make it look. I'm going to add the same thing from the front, because I'm concerned about, go back to that first.
Well, I just wanted to address the comment about we are proposing some parking along the back of this site, not nearly as much as there is there now. And again, as our driveway comes around for vehicular access and fire truck access, we are able to gain a few parking spaces in the back. And then I think, Marcello, we are proposing to have parking under all of the buildings except for number 10. We had parking under there at one time, but as we kind of kept walking through the buildings and the good access and the kind of the parking that's available here, we felt that this would make some potential for commercial, restaurant, or some other space that's more conducive to the project. So.
Oh no, I understood the part, and I believe that's what Kathy was referring to. But I thought you had mentioned about the second building. My comment on that was geared towards, based on what I saw, I mean, so on what I know would be the undertaking on removing all the heavy timber structure that's there to put those parking spaces. In my opinion, I think I worry that just the complication and the expenditure that just takes to put some cars there, it could be a misguided way and something that could put some part of the project in jeopardy for feasibility, because I think it would be much more practical to refocus that where maybe where can be a better use. I think those two buildings, even the lower level, I know there's like an alley in between them. I think that those two buildings, even on the lower level, that could be connected there if there's whatever, if we're talking about a hotel, whatever the uses are. But those spaces on the lower levels are actually, I think, very useful. I personally think it's a better approach to spend the effort elsewhere where maybe it would be to the benefit of the project and to the town. I feel the same, for example, about trying to rebuild that pump house on the front of the project. That's a structure that hasn't existed in decades, and a structure that is inoperable, and that would be only for decoration. It's not even based on what I understand on any historic reference or drawings. I personally rather see that effort and the financial effort and the architectural effort that would take, just focus somewhere else and just do better landscaping there. And I do worry about the putting parking on the second building. I don't know what that number is. I think that if we were to keep the third building that's hollow inside, like Kevin was saying, that's almost ready for it. So why, instead of demolishing, why not use it for that and then build, have that building be the transition between the old and the new, and kind of the catalyst of how a building transforms into new construction on the other side. I guess that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, I just wanted to address a couple things. At one point, we were going to rebuild something here, the kind of location of the pump house, and have that as kind of an element for announcing the project. However, we aren't able to do that because of the required sight lines on the roads. So that's why that has been moved back to this location back here.
But I think you have a building, you have a massive chimney. I think you have plenty of features that already give the entry point. I don't think building a new one that is kind of that doesn't have a purpose really helps us that much.
Mm-hmm. And Kathy, sorry, you wanted me to move back to the original site plan that I had up?
Yes, please.
Yep. All right, hold on.
So where are you with your parking spaces?
So right now, correct, based on the number of units and the commercial space and the concession for the zoning parking. So those parking spaces, you scroll down to show us. Can you put your arrow on where they are? Plan as it's shown. Which ones? The ones that are in the back of the site?
Yep, those are them right there, right?
There's parking along here and there's parking along here, correct.
Okay, so how many parking spaces is that?
Back here?
Right.
7, 8, 9, maybe 15 or 16. Trish, did you want?
I was just going to say, I just want everyone to remember that we're taking a really high level view right now. And so to get in, we don't even know that how many units we're going to have in the end, or how much, we're talking about high level, and we should make sure our conversation stays that way.
I'm asking those questions actually because if those parking spaces aren't there, because we're 59 parking spaces over, then we could potentially do some of what I was talking about in terms of trying to get a different feel to the back of the building. That's where I'm going with that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think that's an important point, to the different feel to the back of the building. How we get there is unknown, let's say, at this point.
And I still think we need a similar different feel to the front, especially on the left, like Marcello and I think other people were talking about. Because I look at that as this great opportunity to have a really good, beautiful planted plaza where you can do all kinds of things out there right now. And it looks pretty generic to me right now. And this is, for a gateway project into our downtown right against the river, I think we could do better.
Well, I think so. I think that's what this conversation is about throwing out ideas that some of which may go through, some of which no project obviously can have everything embedded into it. So it's about throwing out all those ideas about what we would like to see, and then seeing how far we can get with this project as close as we can to those, because it is obviously, as I said when we opened up the project, it is, you know, an extremely important project, maybe the most important that Ashland has seen in, you know, in decades, if not longer. So so there's a long process to go through. I think my impressions in going through the site visit, and I had been in various parts of the building for other reasons before, but looking at it with a different lens, what I think is important is to kind of go through some of these spaces and see which ones, if possible, would be worth saving and celebrating. I think one of the things about the boiler room, you know, has that kind of impression of, you know, what could this be? You know, how could we save this piece of history and use it and turn it into something else? I think the space that Kevin was talking about also was that kind of, you know, it was kind of the wow moment, you know, when you walked into that space and was surprised that it was there. So, you know, I guess my first point is about, you know, what are some of those spaces that in the ideal world you would save, right? If there was no unit count, if there was no setback from the river, if there was no other considerations, which of those spaces would you want to save purely on their own merit because they're worth saving, right? And then I do start to wonder, for me, and this came up in some of the conversations from the previous forums as well, about the front of this building being like a wall. And I think it's hard to see on this plan. And I know that this plan actually goes back and reflects a lot, I think even what was there at one time, that there were many fingers going through originally, and some of those buildings, they're already gone, right? But there were these more fingers besides just 10 and 20 and 30, but there were more, if my understanding is correct. And so it definitely reflects that. Now, that being said, one of my first things is that you can never see through this building. You have that river back there, and obviously you're not going to have a great view of the river from Main Street, but you don't get the feel that you can see through the building. It becomes very opaque, right? Versus having these slices through and this connectivity, you know, to the river. I think it goes into what maybe Marcelo was saying as well. Is there a place where this can really open up, not open up with a bridge across the top or whatever, but really open up the site a little bit? And that's why I think that the site is just, my impression going through is that the site is just loaded with opportunity to do something really special for Ashland. And it's about really taking another look and kind of saying, okay, we don't really know how many units we have here, or if we want to add stories to the existing buildings. I know there were conversations early on that we don't want to touch those things, but I think it's all on the table right now, design wise, right? As we weigh different considerations, as we weigh things that are more important or less important to us as a town, right? So so to go back and to look not in this detailed of a way, obviously it's not getting every proposed massing model to this amount of detail, but what are other massing configurations that might have potential? Like, is this the massing? This is it. This is the one. You know, I kind of doubt it unless I saw the progression of the 10 other ones and why they didn't work, right? So how do we start to look at this as you know, what other potential solutions are there, and what other potential opportunities would those solutions offer? I think this project and this scale of this site is that important to make sure that we go through that process. So, I mean, I really appreciate the extra images of this river walk that were shown, because I think you can start to imagine walking along this thing. And I think it can have the improvements that both Marcelo and Kathy talked about. But as a starting point from what we saw the last time, it's like night and day, right? To kind of see how this thing could be activated. And so that makes me really excited about what this project could become if we're smart about it and do it carefully and and we work together. And I think Rich Gordon has expressed from the very first meeting when we presented the project 2 weeks ago or a month, whenever it was, his wanting to do that. I think that to do something that's that becomes a showcase, you know, for Ashland, something really to be proud of. So I think that puts a lot of you know, perhaps a lot of work back into the hands of the designer, but hopefully fun work, you know, I think as well, as to, you know, what other solutions could there be? How else could we arrange these pieces? Which things do we want to save and which things aren't as critical? Which spaces do we want to create?
I totally agree, Tricia, and I think it would be really helpful to see that, just a simple series of, like, a blocking diagram that really describes alternative ways to manage the site. And I hope that one of those really explores the idea of open up the public way in the new part of the development, right? So in front of the corner spot, that there's something that we don't stay with this really narrow strip of public way like it is in front of the old buildings, but actually open up and actually embraces and receives you and really welcomes you from on the public side. And I was gonna ask a question. In other projects that started, we saw a huge difference in exactly on that regard when the proponent engage a very thoughtful landscape architect. And I want to know, because that is such an important part of this project, is there a landscape architect as part of the team, or does Rich plan to engage one?
Yes, there's Steve Cosmos is a landscape architect, and his plans were submitted with the package.
Okay, so maybe the ideas on the blocking diagram, I would like to see an exploration of that in concert with these ideas that we've seen of how landscape on the street can penetrate into the project, and on the back how that greenway gets developed.
Yeah, and I think there's obviously an acknowledgement that the numbers have to work. You know, we can't be naive about that as far as commercial, residential, parking spaces, you know, all of these things. Otherwise, we get nothing. You know, nothing gets improved on this site at all. But I think there's a lot more options to explore before we come to exact conclusions about those different square footages or the number of units or the number of spaces. Yeah, so I think that's the is that an endeavor that the applicants, I guess, are willing to re-explore? Maybe that's a question for Rich.
Are you still there, Rich?
Yes, with my mute. You know, like I said from the start, you know, I look at this as something that could be a collaborative effort. You know, I really do want board and with everybody. Trish, as you know, because you've been along the way quite a while with us on this, we've had many renditions. We've heard from a lot of people. You know, it's been fluid, and we've spent a lot of time and money to get to the point where we are. And, you know, I hope everybody's appreciative of that. We didn't just kind of wing this and come to the planning board. This is a long time in process. There's been a lot of changes along the way. I do appreciate the comments, and, you know, we will take it all into consideration. And I am willing to, you know, work with Scott and get some more, as Marcelo said, maybe some block diagrams without going into crazy detail, because, you know, that gets
yeah, definitely. I think the important thing, just to jump in, is that I followed this along the way from, when it was originally proposed as a 40R project, but I think, and it had undergone changes along the way, but I don't think there wasn't a lot of change in massing along that way. I think the finger diagram was, I think, present from the beginning, and I'm sure there's obviously variation in that, but that's one of the things that, you know, I guess is in question, is that the right diagram, you know, for this site? So.
Yeah, we can explore that. I think Scott and I will spend some time together and come up with some other concepts with that. You know, I think it's probably important to make a note very early on here at this juncture. We talk about unit counts and the size. So just to be clear, I've been taking this to other larger national developers who I hope to team up with and, you know, come up with a partner that's going to guarantee completion of this. And anything less than 200 units is not financeable. So, I mean, we do need to get our arms around that. You know, we had much less square footage of mixed use, and because of so much pushback from many people in the town that wanted more of that, you know, we've gotten this up to 30,000. And the other big thing is that, you know, we are proposing a 25% affordable project. So, you know, we're trying to give a lot, but there is a floor of what we can go to and actually have it financed and buildable. So I don't want to spin everybody's wheels, and I hear the comments that it's big and all of that, but, you know, we really can't change that part of it. But to your point and Marcelo's point, and several people brought it up, you know, we're open to looking at some different options on how it could be masked, how it could be shaped. At one point, and Scott, you can chime in, but at one point we actually did have the buildings opened up and you could see right through. And there was quite a bit of pushback at that time with that particular group to see it closed up. So, you know, we've ebb and flow on this, and we will continue to. But I like the concept of opening it up a little bit. I always have. So yeah, let's try to do that. And Scott and I will get together and we'll come back to you guys with some ideas on that.
I appreciate that. And I do want to say it's duly noted that the real world with financing is something that we don't all like to think about, but it's there nevertheless. So that has to be considered as well, and along with all the other factors. So
yeah, I agree. And just for the record, I think I am mindful of that fact. I think the massing diagrams and the organization of the buildings and on the side do not, these two things are not mutually exclusive. I think what we want to see is an exploration of a little less rigid way to treat the massing in the building, and especially to help create a little better front on the street, which is what the downtown really is going to feel and see every day.
Sure. Yeah, no, that's great.
All right. Great. Well, we thank you for your time this evening. I think just walking through the building and the site gets everyone, you think it's like this, you know, a lot of the inside of the building is pretty rough, but it just makes you more excited about what it can become. So, and I think many, if not all of us, you know, feel that way. So, looking forward to talking more about it. So,
yeah, no, thanks, Trish. And, it was mentioned earlier if I'd be open to giving any more tours and walkthroughs, and 100% yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Deepa did last time. If you want to connect with me, and if anybody else wants to just come back and wants to see some certain parts of it, I mean, I'm local, I'm around, just schedule it with me. I'm happy to do that.
Right. Yeah. And we do have other members of the design review committee. A few were there, but I don't think most were able to attend, and I'm sure some of them would like the opportunity as well. So Peter, maybe you can, between you and Emma, maybe we can try to get another good date that more people might be able to take a look. So.
Yeah, maybe I can try to get a morning if that works better. I know obviously we did an afternoon at 5, and so I'm happy to work with anybody, and obviously Rich, and we can go from there.
We'll need a little more notice, I think.
Yeah, last time, it was focused around the planning board, but this will be focused around members of the planning board who haven't been able to see it previously, but also in the same for the design review committee. So
right,
it'll go out to more people.
I think most people are available at night in the design review.
I will let you work with Peter on that.
Okay,
So
great.
Peter,
Thanks.
Peter, where will be, oh, sorry, Scott.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one comment through the chair. A couple people have mentioned a hotel, but a hotel is not allowed in this zone as per your zoning. So, nor, I guess, even if it was, I can't imagine any hoteler saying this is a great location for a hotel. I'm going to put one here. So just point of fact.
Yeah, understood. I think Yana, who made the original comment, was just more like, darn, I wish we had one in Ashland versus saying that this was the ideal spot for one. But
and when I seconded that, I think I was thinking of more the kind of that experience, that hospitality experience in retail world. And I think that's what I was thinking about, and not really a program of a hotel in that location. So Scott, so definitely just more the hospitality, resi-commercial kind of a feeling of that space is what was in my head too.
Gotcha.
We won't be looking for a hotel next time.
Gotcha.
Peter, when are we
So-
then up to October, what?
We are going to come, so at our next meeting, we are going to come back on the 13th, and we're going to be hearing, we're going to be hearing 501 Pond Street, and then we'll also be back talking, taking our time with Village of the Americas with 100 Chestnut Street. So I propose we continue this out to October 27th, if that's appropriate. And I think also that will give Scott and Rick some time to look at the plans.
Get the walkthrough in there as well, and yeah, okay.
Is that mutually agreeable to both to Rich and to Scott and to Joe? I know Joe's on the phone.
I will not be available that evening. However, there's obviously other things that could be reviewed, and if we prepare what we're talking about, then I'm sure Rich could walk through it. And certainly there's at some point some talking. We got comments back from the traffic report that we're summarizing responses to, and I know George has, there may be some more discussion about the Concom aspects and so on. So if I can't attend, I'm sure there's a need to talk about
the gaps.
Yeah, I'm looking at my calendar. 27th is fine for me. And yes, I would say maybe we get George a little more involved on that one on the civil end, and Scott, whatever drawings we prepare in the meantime, I could certainly present those. And hopefully Joe Antonellis is available as well.
I am available. And Peter, would you like me to send you an email confirming the agreement of the continuance to October 27th?
Yes, please. I just file those with the town clerk to dot the i's and cross the t's.
And you're fine with just an email, doesn't need to be on letterhead?
I'm fine with just an email as long as you guys are.
All right, I'm fine with it. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, thank you, Bill. Thank you, folks.
I make a motion that we continue this hearing till October 27th.
Thank you, Kate. There's a second.
I'll second that.
And a roll call vote.
Keep Blanket aye.
Anna Tesmanitsky, aye.
Marcelo Hona, aye.
Catherine Jersey, aye.
And Trisha Kendall, aye. So we are continued to the 27th, and we will see you then.
Thanks.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye now.
All right, so why don't we just go through the routine here of continuing the 399 399 Union Street, which is Starbucks, and Peter, that is being continued. Why?
So at the last, since our last meeting, the applicant and myself and our traffic review engineers met, and there are some traffic numbers that were required by our traffic consultant. And so those were submitted. And also, I think they're making some changes to the site plan. We did receive some GCG comments that came back late, which I still have to send out to the board and get up on the website. And I mean late Tuesday, Wednesday morning. And so with that said, I think the applicant wanted to not waste any time of the boards and to make any changes regarding the civil plan and update the traffic, and then kind of go from there. So
Can we push
those are
this
the-
one to the 27th then?
this is on for the 27th. I agree.
20, okay,
27th, I'm sorry.
okay, so it's another month.
Yes.
Okay,
They know that too. So
okay.
I made that clear.
Thank you.
Make a motion that we continue the 399 Union Street to October 27th.
I'll
A
second
second.
it.
Roll call vote.
Blanket eye.
Yana Tesmanitsky, aye.
Marcelo Hona, aye.
Catherine Jersey guy.
And Trisha Kendall, aye. So that is continued to the 27th of October. Okay, now we have on the agenda the discussion of the comprehensive plan. Does anyone want a few minute break before we do that? And that's the last major thing on our agenda. So I'm shooting for a 10:30, about a 10:30, time slot tonight. So, but does anyone want a break or should we just continue?
I would love a break, but I'll continue if everyone else wants to.
Why don't we start the conversation? If anyone needs to step away for a few minutes, just do it, right? It's so, yeah, we'll be happy to repeat any comments for anything critical. All right, so did everyone get the revised document in very large font? At least mine printed in very large font.
That wasn't me. Yeah, I just received this today, obviously. It's a follow-up from last Wednesday's meeting. So
yeah,
the
so
font
what?
is good.
Yeah, so we met last Wednesday with the select board. I was there, Marcelo, Anna, and Kate. So the planning board was well represented and all 5 members of the select board were there. And so we went through the proposal as we sent them, which seems like it's been a while, but now I can't quite remember. And trying to get to a basic organization that both the planning board and the select board could agree on so that we can put forth a warrant, select board can put forth a warrant at the November, I think, 13th town meeting, requesting $250,000 for the consultant. So the select board met last night and they approved the document that's in front of us. That does not mean that we can't propose changes to this document. We can do that, and then we would have another meeting, another joint meeting. Perhaps we would join their meeting. Hopefully would take less time. Hopefully we'd get further in the process. But I think in listening to the tape of the meeting, it seemed that they wanted to have a vote on this. I believe it was unanimous in order to kind of show their, to show their determination to move forward on a comprehensive plan, I would say. So at least that was my reading of it, watching the tape. So the highlighted areas of this document, I think, were the ones that I guess we were still kind of discussing at the last meeting, or that between us and the select board last week, that there was disagreement about. So,
Could you put it on the screen so everyone can see?
I can share that. Great idea.
And I have to say, there was some stuff that was not in yellow that I didn't necessarily have a chance to compare it to our prior draft, but it seemed a little bit different. Like I remember we talked about the steering committee not having leadership from town staff. I think the way this is drafted is there's no leadership, no steering committee leader, the project management team as a whole. So like in theory, if you had select board members and planning board members who wanted to be chair, vice chair, or clerk, it seems like this version removes that ability as well. And I don't recall, Yeah, I don't recall that being our intention. I think we were mostly concerned about town staff not being in a leadership role. But the way this reads is that leadership positions will not be held by members of the project management team. The project management team consists of 2 planning board members, select board members, et cetera. So this feels, the white stuff feels a little different to me as well, not just the yellow.
Well, why don't we start from top to bottom instead of jumping
Okay.
back and forth?
Sure.
So we have the project management team is basically going to develop a request for proposals. After doing an initial round of screening, the top 3 proposals would be moved forward to both the planning board and the select board for discussion and final decision. The project management team would also help collect data and other required information for the development of the existing conditions plan and mapping and assisting the steering committee as a whole with the drafting process. So I think that's good. So then the project management team would consist of 2 planning board members, 2 select board members, the town manager, the town planner, and the project consultant. Yeah. The rest is kind of just fluff. So is that part, is there any discussion on that part? 2 planning board, 2 select board, town manager, town planner, project consultant.
I just have one, I don't know if it's a technicality or not. But I don't know if there's a circular logic here. The project management team will prepare the RFPs and determine who the consultant is. But in the yellow, it says that the consultant is already part of the project management team.
Oh, yeah, I see. It's more like, yeah.
I don't know that doesn't make sense time-wise, right?
And I don't think that was in the version we discussed last week, was it?
I don't know, but I don't know if that's the intention or it just seemed a little tricky to me. I don't know what the purpose was, but clearly the first paragraph says that the project management team will be formed to get the consultant, right?
Right. No. Anyone see any fault with that logic?
I mean, yeah, I mean, that can be edited to say, once a consultant is appointed, they become part of the project management team. So we can certainly add a little footnote to that.
Yep.
You know, or do we even want the consultant as part of the project management team? I mean, they certainly won't be connected with Ashland at all. They're a hired gun, so to speak. So I'm not sure they don't just exist outside of that.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say this has gotten a little bit convoluted for me as far as kind of like who we're throwing into the project management team at this point. But it's there, and this is what the select board voted on, you know, fully. So I'm a little bit unclear what we can do at this point to edit this document. If this is kind of the select board's consensus and we edit the document and then we vote on it, what happens with it? Like, that's not really clear to me.
Then it really, like I said, I listened to, I did not listen to the meeting in real time. I listened to it today. It happened last night. But my sense was that we also had the freedom to edit this document, that and you know, and I think things like this are kind of extremely rational edits. And then we would be meeting again to kind of confirm kind of the final document. But really their voting on this document was more of a general support of moving forward with the comprehensive plan versus saying, this is it, this is written in stone, this is what we're going to do. It's this or nothing. That's not the sense I got. So we obviously have to have a document that we feel is rational and makes
I mean, what I will say is this, from the get-go, when the comprehensive plan discussion started, there was a very detailed document that I believe I drafted that we as a planning board voted on. I think we've stepped very far from that. I think everyone on this board who has certainly listened to the various joint meetings knows where I stand on this as far as this particular section. I have some concerns about how this is structured. There's quite a few folks who are staff on this. I've always viewed staff as extremely vital to the success of a comprehensive plan, but I truly believe that that role is meant to be data-driven here rather than managerial of a comprehensive plan process, which I believe is a planning board function. So, you know, I think that for me, this particular section, having town manager, town planner, project consultant, 3 folks who all report essentially to the town manager and the select board, really dilutes the planning board's role in planning. And, you know, I have some concerns about that.
I would say that it's already been suggested that we take the project consultant out because it doesn't make any sense. And so then we have 4 elected members, 4 residential elected members of boards, and we have 2 town staff, our critical town staff, that, you know, can help us through this process. And then we haven't even gotten to the steering committee yet, which is obviously very heavily residents. So I have no problem with this makeup. I feel very strongly that this is a project that should be done collaboratively, as we discussed, collaboration, compromise, and a very balanced kind of approach. So this works for me. Taking out the project.
I've heard Anna's point, and I totally get where she's coming from. I personally agree with this wording as well. I think the town manager, I wouldn't trust a project of this magnitude without the town manager being there, and Peter is there too. So I see it as a balanced approach, and I personally don't have a problem with it.
I agree with what Marcelo said. I don't have a problem with the composition of the project management team, but I'm a little confused. Looks like there's been a lot of cut paste happening in this paper, and it's very confusing. Like the second paragraph talks about the project management team collecting data and other required information, and then the steering committee has a very different role that's talking about. So it feels like we need to read through this a little more carefully to understand where does the project management, looks like project management team will not hold leadership positions. That's what I understand from that paragraph, but I'm a little confused with that the content of this page, because it feels like things have been cut paste and it's a little bit confusing line to line about the roles of each member and who drops off where and who's assisting whom, and feels like it's gotten all over the place.
I agree. I had asked that the document, which was several pages long and talked about the need for a comprehensive plan and all this stuff, I had asked that it be streamlined into exactly what we're trying to organize. And I think that it could have been massaged a little bit more here to be clear. I do think it's like cut and pasted from an earlier document and not necessarily looked at cohesively.
Yeah, it's like, what is that role of project management? Are we saying they are going to solely look at RFPs, but then it talks about collecting data and requirements? So it looks like, yeah, like Trisha is saying, it looks like it's been cut paste, and we need to just read through this a little more carefully to make sure the roles and the timelines and each team's work is a little more clear.
I think if we think about the steering committee, which I think on Anna's earliest document was called an ad hoc committee. It seems to be about the same thing. And that's the larger group, which I'm envisioning, or at least with no basis maybe, but that the steering committee is a group of 12 to 18 people, say, as a whole. Like that's a committee, knowing that at any given meeting, some of them aren't going to be able to make it. And so the project management team, the 6 members of the project management team are then also a part of that steering committee. So I guess in that case, it would be better maybe to have closer to 18 so that you have 6 management team members and 12 other members. But when you have an 18-person group, I think you need, yeah, there has to be some kind of also structure. So, but yeah, what the...
Yeah, because the list says like there are 14 committees that's been listed on here. And like you, Trisha, like you said, if you have 18, assuming there's one person from every committee, that's 14 right there. And then you have 3 residents at large. So that puts you at 17. So then it does not include the representation from a select board or a planning board at all. So this, and who is going to, I mean, it says that select board and planning board will jointly appoint that. So yeah, this needs a little more work.
Yeah, I think in my mind, I find that, I don't know, I wonder how easy it's going to be to get a member of, I mean, it's a big commitment, right? To get a member of all these committees. And so while, yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, do we take as many people as are interested, you know, from all the committees, or, you know, how big does that steering committee get, I guess?
I think that's why it says on their final list to be determined. So that at some point the select board and planning board together would say, we've appointed all these people. There was no volunteers from this one, cross it off, and okay, the board's good now.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so it allows for some flexibility depending on who actually puts their name in the hat, you know.
And it's a 3-year commitment, correct?
I think we're hoping for 2, but
you're hoping for, am I deleting?
I mean, we have to keep in mind the way this is currently drafted, the select board and planning board members cannot be in a leadership role, which in my opinion is a mistake. So you're asking for one of these folks from one of these boards or one of the public members to be in a leadership role for 2 to 3 years.
Wasn't that, I thought that was your suggestion, Anna.
I think my suggestion was specific to staff. I don't recall this particular edit being my suggestion. I mean,
no, maybe I misunderstood, or maybe it's the way you worded it, but I thought that you were saying the planning board or select board members shouldn't chair the committee, which I'd like, yeah, you're really asking someone to, I'd be happy if one of these other people on these other committees wanted to step up.
Oh, absolutely. I think we
have many qualified people, but what if they don't? Like, what if they don't?
Yeah, no, this was not my intention at all. I think that I recall our discussion was quite focused on the role of staff, residents, who votes and who leads. And I recall the drafting and the edits we originally had were in fact about staff and town leadership not being in a leadership role in this particular fashion, which the entire joint meeting focused on. So these edits don't quite make sense to me in context.
So, Anna, can you explain? I guess I'm not understanding where does it say that there cannot be leadership? I guess I'm missing that point.
Look at
the middle sentence to the last paragraph of the first page.
Leadership positions will not be held by members of the project management team. So, you know, anyway, that seems to be the exact opposite of a concept of a collaborative participation from planning board and select board for a process that's statutorily very much driven by the planning board. It's hard for me to visualize how we wouldn't want to allow planning or select board folks to be in a leadership role. And I don't remember pushing for that at all. I think our entire discussion has always been about what is the proper balance of contribution, involvement, who comes there for data, who comes in for strategy, what should non-residents, I recall discussion about non-residents voting and staff in leadership roles. I don't recall ever saying that select board or planning board members should not be in a leadership role. That seems to.
Yeah, well, let's just let's just correct it. So, I mean, I would say that we don't, that the town manager and the town planner should not be the chair and vice chair. I think everyone else is up for grabs. Anyone else is a resident, and not the staff of a major board. I don't think either one of them would want it, even if they were residents.
And
But
Peter,
is
do you need to scroll down to get to that point? Because the screen is not that. Oh, that's.
I was looking at my other screen. I'm like, how does he not see it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Here you go. Highlighting, go ahead.
Okay, so I think what Anna and Tricia were saying makes sense to me.
It does to me too, to just exclude town staff, not the project management team.
And in town staff, though, you're specifically not Peter and not Michael, but town staff, if you had a secretary at town hall who volunteered, are they able to be part of the leadership?
Oh, so yeah, I guess you could specifically write.
Town staff is just it's a wider group of people than what we're naming here.
Yeah, that creates confusion, because in that example that you just placed, I wouldn't have a problem with that. Right? If a resident that works there as a staff of other kind volunteers and wants to participate, why wouldn't they be able to, right?
And it's just not town staff, it's DPW, it's community center, it's the school department. The school department has many staff, and obviously they probably work and live in Ashland, and so I think obviously they would fall into that category too. I think that's why they were so.
So if you just exclude Peter and Michael there, then I mean the board is, or the steering committee is to elect their own chair and vice chair. So I think we could rely on the 17 people to weed out anybody else that might be too high of town staff. But from the list, I don't see where anybody else that could be problematic would be part of the group.
I think one way to frame it might be there are key planning and leadership related positions in our community that we will rely upon to gather data, right? And that includes the town manager, the planning department, and those positions are vital to the success of this project. And those individuals will not serve in chair, VP, vice chair, clerk positions. I think that's a good way to frame it, to acknowledge the importance of specific planning related staff to this project, but also to say that those particular individuals are not meant to be chair, vice chair, and clerk.
And of course, we're referring not to individuals, but those positions, right?
Correct. Whoever those individuals might be. I don't know who's writing this, by the way.
I did.
But, okay.
Yeah, I got it. I think that's appropriate. I think that's good. I think that's a good way to outline it.
Yeah, if the case ends up next year that we have someone in one of those positions who's actually a resident right now, that's not even the case. So
are we afraid that the town staff will be swayed in one way or the other? So we are trying so hard to take that leadership position away? Or is there another reasoning that I'm missing out here? I mean, I understand not being a resident, and that's a reason, that's a different thing. But is there another reason why we would not encourage? I mean, I'm missing something, so I'm just curious.
To me, it's just optics to the rest of the town.
You would?
To me, it's just optics to people who don't step up for one of these positions to see, oh, well, the town manager led that committee and he's on the inside with all these developers and blah, 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 like, I think it's just, I don't think that they'd do a bad job serving in that position. I think it's just that you want this to be a collaborative process from the people who live in the town and who, the town staff is a little too close to it, working there day in and day out.
I mean, another way to think about it is I think about it as like we all wear many hats in our different roles, right? And there's something very important about planning staff and their expertise relative to data, and the data needs to be neutral in this project. And so staff are in the best position to deliver that data to these different groups to make this a successful project. Once you put staff in a position of leadership, which can be about how, what data point is necessary, you can essentially drive a result that can be viewed as biased. So whether it's optics or bias is really up to the, that's a subjective argument, I guess. But to me, there's clarity in the roles as to who is leading this thing and who is bringing data and is in a position of liaison. And to me, the staff have an expertise that no one else does, and that is data. I feel like.
But to clarify that, to answer Deepa's question, we just said that we were referring only to the town planner and the town manager, not everybody else, right? Or did I misunderstand that?
I mean, I'm referring to the planning department in the town of Ashland and the town manager who supervises the planning department.
Yeah, so everybody else from that point of view, Deepa, is fair game. If they want to participate, they're residents, they have the chance, right?
But again, I think you'll have to list out, I mean, are you just talking about Emma and Jen? Or are we talking about other people that actually are listed as staff in the planning department, but have an incredible amount of knowledge about the community and have been there through multiple planning directors or multiple multiple town managers and have that history? Why would, so I'm wondering exactly who, I mean, I'm not sure we need to exclude a whole department, not even knowing who that department entails, but can we exclude obviously the leaders of those departments that are going to have a lot of input in this anyway?
So, and that's why I'm curious, like, I hate to, when we're looking at process, hate to put a face to each of those positions and then make a call on it versus looking at it, what does that role really need at this point? So I'm just curious that we are totally saying, and anybody inside that town hall is totally not allowed, whether you're resident or non-resident, to get onto the senior leadership.
But we're not saying that.
That's why. So we are not saying that. That's why I want to be clear. It felt like we are saying that.
No, because everybody inside the town hall, there's a lot of other departments. We're just saying that, I believe, just the head of the planning and the town manager offices. That's what Tricia was mentioned. Anna has a different view on it, but I guess we were focusing on just those two. Is that right?
I was focusing on just those two.
I think that's fine. So here's a thought, right? The comprehensive plan is meant to be public driven process. If you read the statute, that's what this is. It's supposed to be an opportunity to understand the priorities and needs of a town for particular key areas, right? Whatever they are, transportation, housing, et cetera. So if you have that process driven by the planning department, right? Yes, it's about optics, but it's also about clarity of roles. And I personally am really confused why this is so controversial. If I worked in a planning role and I was getting paid to plan for the town and gather data, et cetera, it's not clear to me why that person would feel comfortable also serving in a role of this magnitude for 2 years to gather data from a lot of different viewpoints that may not necessarily be consistent with the position of the planning department.
But now let's ask it on the opposite way, and
yeah.
I'm interested in how you see it. So now flip the argument. What would be detracted from the system, from the process, by having those people there? I mean,
they are there. I think we keep talking as if we're going to exclude town staff from this process, and that is also really confusing to me. This idea that because the town manager or the town planner cannot be a chair somehow prevents them from being a vital component of a process. That's also really confusing to me, because no one is saying that. Nobody's saying that town staff cannot be at every meeting, or they cannot speak at every meeting, or that they cannot provide data at every meeting. All we're saying is that we want this particular committee to be driven by folks who are truly members of the public, who are not obligated by their paycheck to serve a specific position of the planning department. And I'm personally very perplexed by why this is so controversial.
I think it's just that I think it's just that it makes a judgment call about people and about their ability to think for themselves. I mean, I was the subject of a letter last summer, questioning my ability to think for myself regarding the Minda School project. And I don't think that we should apply that to others. I think we should assume that they can think for themselves, that they have something to offer, something to give, and to open the door to, if they're a resident, then they can participate. I don't feel right about shutting the door on some people.
I mean, again, to me, saying that town staff cannot be chair, vice chair, or clerk does not somehow shut them down. And as somebody who's worked for the government before, I've been in the government position. I think that there are very specific rules of ethics and behavior, and there are certain obligations as a government employee that I had that would have made this quite complex to sit in a leadership position like this. So I'm very perplexed by the fact that we're struggling with this, and I don't really know what to say about this other than maybe there's something underneath this tension, this kind of power struggle, if you will, between the select board and the planning board about how powerful town staff should be. And that gives me some pause about this process, honestly.
I guess for me, I view it totally in the spirit of openness, transparency, collaboration. And the more we X out people that we're not quite sure we can trust, to me is the opposite of what you're trying to achieve. I don't trust this person, that person, and this person because they happen to work for the town. I think this is a strange judgment call to make that I can't fully understand your commitment to it. So I'm in the position of, like I said, opening the door, allowing more voices, and remember that these people they're self-selecting their leadership. So if the 12 or 14 or 18, however many people are on this steering committee, select whatever person to be leadership, that's the person they believe in. That's the person that has made their case. That's the person they feel good about. I think a person from the open space committee could be, who's not town staff, or could be just as pushing the direction of the data as somebody else, right? They're going to have a bias. People in school committee are going to have a bias. We're all going to have our biases. But to pick and choose some people that have biases that we don't want to, that we pick them out over others, I think is, I don't know. It doesn't feel right.
Tricia, you just made it very understandable to me. I totally get what you just said, and I think I agree with that. I guess listening to you saying that makes me think that if people that will volunteer for here, we have to trust them as residents and adults and open-minded people without judgment. I guess that's, after listening to what you said, I think that clarified the way I feel about it. I don't have a problem with it anymore.
And at the end of the day, I think after 2 years, what's going to come in front of the planning board or the final decision making is going to be, again, voice of the community that we are all going to look at, listen to. So I feel like having an open and transparent approach to the whole process will help. And I think this is getting to the weeds probably, but I think I was just curious about why we are being kind of harping on town staff last few times, but we are trusting them with our town duties, right? So I think, hey, this is another one of those. So I don't think trust should have been an issue in selection of this, but.
If we don't go into this process with completely trusting both the staff, people related to the select board, we have failed from day one. We might as well not even ask for the money. If we can't trust the people across town that we're dealing with. So, and I think this is just a time to show it, that we're all in, we're trusting, we're all in.
I mean, I also think it's important to show trust in the planning board's ability to plan. So I don't think it's about trust. Surely nobody's saying that we're not trustworthy, right? We seem to be partners in this. I think that I don't see how this is a trust issue. I really see it as a clarity of roles. And again, if your role is to gather data, but you're also guiding the process as to how that data is going to be gathered, I think that can create some concerns about those exact same concerns about transparency are more likely to pop up, because the question will be, are we working towards a result or are we gathering data to reach a conclusion? And if the folks who are gathering the data are leading the process, I think it's going to raise some questions of process with the public.
But now that I think about it, Anna, who is going to be raising these questions? I really don't see that as clear as you do, perhaps. The public is going to be public. The process is going to be public. It's going to be open. If there's any person that somebody has questions about it, those questions or those concerns will be heard, will be discussed among a pretty large group of people, representative. I don't know who would be really making such a so I
can tell you in the last comprehensive plan process, there was a long process, right? And things, it was a challenging process where the drafting became quite challenging. And there's many different views as to what went wrong. And you're certainly welcome to connect with, I think Yolanda was very involved in that process, and she has a lot of expertise as to what worked and what didn't. But I think that when you say who's going to question it, when the process is questioned, that's when people struggle to draft and to finish drafts and to vote on drafts. So the last comprehensive plan process didn't work. And I think what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to generate a discussion about the kind of process that is more likely to be public oriented, less likely to be controversial and political.
No, I totally get it. And actually, I totally get it. I understand what your objective is. I have the feeling, though, that the technique through which you think will happen is actually going to work against your objective. I think fully open with a group that selects their leaders is transparent by definition. And trying to set up these kind of hypothetical guardrails of what could be or what some people could think is us kind of being kind of divinators try to predict the future, and I think that may turn some other people off. I mean, I don't know if that makes sense to you, but I'm trying to see it. Okay, I know what you want to achieve, but I wonder if that method will actually achieve that. I'm not sure.
So ironically, right, we had 10 people that are passionate about the town and care that we're talking about it. And everyone wants the same thing, to be successful, right? And I think everyone, or at least me, I can be honest, say a concern is that much money and time and not being successful, and partly because we have a recent record of it not being successful. And I do have some related to someone who was on that committee, so some insider about that. But I guess, I mean, I feel like it's so, as messy as democracy is, like these very conversations actually have to be brought to the public or figure out how to, because it's actually not the 5 of us or the 10 of us when you add the select board, because I don't think it's a secret, right? I think when you have this group that is town hall centered, that does give a perception to the public that perhaps I'm not to be included or I'm not going to be listened to. And you can say, I would like that not to be true, but I can have you come to my neighborhood and sit in my living room and talk to a lot of people that that's what they're going to think. And I imagine my neighborhood isn't the only one. So we have to figure out how to get past that.
Yes, I get it. But if they want to reverse that, wouldn't they be able to volunteer and be part of the steering committee and be actually in it? I mean, the process by definition is asking people to volunteer and be part of it.
I wish I could say that, but for some things that have happened, they are completely turned off.
No, but let's try to forget the past of what has happened. What this process is opening is the door for everybody, isn't it?
So look at the makeup of the steering, look at the makeup of, not the steering committee, go back up, the makeup of the project management committee, and I guess it's the steering committee, right? The majority of that ends up being planning board, select board, and town staff, right? So Marcella, to your point, you're saying, well, why can't that person from Kate's neighborhood show up and say, can I be the chair, right? And that person is not on the inside of this group. They're not on the planning board, they're not on the select board, they're not town staff. So I think what you're suggesting is unrealistic. I think that person's voice becomes
okay, but I see your argument, but how do you reverse that? Do you then say a steering committee of 500 people?
I think the way you reverse it is you recognize that there is a gravitas in the room when a town planner or a town manager provides data and expertise, and that perhaps those folks should not be in a leadership role. And I don't think that's somehow an issue of distrust. I think that's an issue of assuring that the public has a real presence and a voice and is not erased through a process where we're supposed to, by statute, collect public comment.
No, I see the argument. I just don't agree that it makes that much of a difference as you feel it does. I think the gravitas that you mentioned of these people is because these people spend their entire life working for the town and doing these things that many other people wouldn't bother doing it. So there's something to it too.
And it's also important to remember that there have been instances of town staff that got up at a town meeting or tried to give their opinion about something. I'm not talking about Peter and Michael, but just staff people, and then been criticized for that, for giving their own personal opinion. So it goes both ways. And so again, I feel like our job is to open the door. And if people in your neighborhood want to step up, they don't have to be a part of any of these committees. We're going to have members at large, and you need to, the members of the steering committee are also selected by the planning board and the select board. So if we have, someone that's, we don't, is town staff, and we don't personally feel that they would be do a good job, we don't have to appoint them to the steering committee at all. There's another layer of of selection that goes on here. So by the planning board and the select board. So there's many filters by which, by which, I don't know, people that are not good, whatever that means, can not find their way onto the steering committee. But I don't know, it just feels a little discriminating to me, to eliminate people who are residents, who have just as pay their taxes, have just as much rights as I do, to be on this committee, to have a voice, to have their own voice. And I'm not going to question that they know how to use it.
And again, I feel like we're diluting. I thought we were literally discussing the 3 leadership positions. Somehow we moved into discussing, somehow now we're discriminating people from participating in the whole thing. And, I take issue with that. I have zero problem with town staff being on the steering committee. I'm talking about leadership roles. I'm talking about the gravitas in the room. And I also take some offense to this idea that somehow that means I don't trust the expertise of our staff. Because the reverse of that is that you don't trust the public to show up and be in a leadership role. So surely that's not what you're trying to say.
I am not saying that, nor did I apply it.
Yep. So stop implying that I don't trust.
I didn't say that, Anna. I said that I don't want the impression that the planning board doesn't trust, or that the planning board and select board together don't trust, right? I did not say anything.
So if that is our concern, then let's be concerned about the fact that we're not showing the public that we can trust them to show up and be leaders here.
I do. Why they can, members at large, and then they would be elected by the steering committee.
But so how are we saying that? I mean, I'm trying to read the composition of this board. I mean, there could be people that are resident at large.
It seems that we really truly want to allow the town manager. It seems like what I'm hearing from Tricia and others is there's a concern that if somehow we don't allow the town manager or the planner and the system planner to be in leadership roles, we're quote unquote discriminating against them.
No, we're agreeing on that. No town manager, no town planner in the leadership roles. Everyone's in agreement on that. We're talking about the other town staff, the secretary, the police officer, the DPW, the assessor.
I don't have a problem with that. I thought from the beginning, I said we should have a section that says that there's key components to our planning staff, that they can provide planning data that is key and vital. Peter, I don't know if you wrote all of that, but I think I was pretty clear. And that those are the folks that should not be leadership roles. I did not mention any other town staff being prevented from being chair, vice chair, or clerk.
All right, then we have been discussing something for nothing. So
yes,
I would say the ones that are outside.
I've been quite confused so far for the last 20 minutes.
Apparently we all have been across the board because no one clarified the point. So the people who are deciding will not be in leadership roles of the steering committee would be not the town planner, not the town manager. Is that it? Is that our list?
And non-residents.
Right. I don't think non-residents can be on the
steering committee as well.
Yeah.
That's
they don't have a law, I think.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, you can. Okay. My name does my window doesn't light up yellow, but no, I just to clarify, I think as a staff planner, my job is to staff the committee. Non-binding, no purview on that one. So I'm going to add this in, and then obviously I am not a resident, so I do not have a vote on it. I'm not allowed to vote on anything at all. So just to clarify that. Sorry.
Peter, did you say DPW should be added to this list for steering committee?
So the DPW doesn't have a committee. Sometimes towns do have a DPW board or kind of like an assessor's board. I think in DPW, we do not have a theoretical committee or a board. I think we could add it to the list, but I think also if there's a member of the public that worked for the DPW that was interested in, they could also sit in a member of large position. But you know, I think we could say representative from the DPW. Obviously, there's plenty of gentlemen and women and gentlemen that could work under the DPW that could represent the town in this capacity. But,
Well, I'm not sure how, I don't want to take this discussion too much further. It sounds like we're going to have a written document in front of us, given the still unclarity, I think, that people have about what's actually in it. So, I mean, I think maybe we have a written document and we put this on our agenda for the 13th.
okay.
You know, that would be I think the select board had said that, well, we had said at our meeting last week that they were already going to just prepare the warrant to ask for the funds, and it can always be pulled if we can't come up with an agreement that we all can support.
Okay.
Is that good with everybody? Because I said 10:30 and it's now 10:47.
I mean, I think the next section dealing with voting is extremely important, and you know, we as a planning board do need to discuss it. So I would want us to have that discussion as a planning board prior to the joint meeting.
So who votes? I guess is the question. So is that your question? We have the steering committee, who votes on it?
No, I was talking about the drafting of the document at the very, very end, and the idea that all final changes would be done jointly. This goes to this whole disagreement between myself and I believe Joe Mignani about whether the planning board had a right at the last minute to make changes and to vote separately from the select board. And I recall saying, okay, you know, if there's 5 members of the planning board and 5 members of the select board, we can certainly vote one at a time, but the planning board ultimately should have a separate vote. It's the majority of the planning board that needs to approve this document. And I think there was some concern about whether we as a planning board in the last minute could make changes to the draft. And I want to make sure it's really, really clear here that the revisions being completed, the way this is drafted is that any revisions have to be completed jointly. And I don't agree with that.
I thought what we came to an agreement on last Wednesday was that the final votes on this document, which could include public participation, whatever it is, would be a joint meeting. Any revisions would be discussed with the select board there and the planning board there. We would revise the document if there's any last minute revisions. We have a completed document. The select board would vote on it right there in the meeting. And then the planning board would vote on it right there in the meeting, would have a separate vote. We would be the last vote, but the revisions, we would be both voting on the exact same document, not 2 different documents. There wouldn't be, oh, now that the select board has voted, we're going to make a few more changes.
I don't have a problem with that, as long as we outline the fact that these are 2 separate votes, and it's the vote. I mean, ultimately, as you know, it's the vote of the planning board that certifies this to be official with the state. And I do want some clarity there that it's the planning board that takes that vote separately.
Yeah, select board would take a separate vote, then the planning board would take a separate vote, and then it can be shipped off to the state.
So let's just.
So that's what we talked about on Wednesday.
I concur with Trish's assessment. I believe that is, and I don't believe it's spelled out probably good enough for us in this document. It probably should be edited a little, but it does bring up a question. And honestly, I actually think this is not super likely, but given that the last effort that was a long effort and a lot of people's time and money did fail, potentially over the issue that could be salvaged that Anna brought up, the public comes and says, wait, time out. We think we missed some stuff. That backstop it's not prohibitive what Trish was explaining, but it's not explicit in here. And I think we have to at least talk about that if we want that explicitly part of the process. I would prefer, because I don't think there's a harm to that, because we all said that we would respect that and work with it. But I guess I'd feel better having it specifically written, because if it's, well, the select board approved it, but the planning board didn't, because we're back to kind of a little bit mimicking the situation we're in now.
I'm not sure I understand, Kate. My description was that we have a joint meeting.
Yeah.
There's public participation for people that didn't attend any of the other meetings during the last 2 years.
And that might happen, and that's okay.
Right.
That's
That's fine.
And it's messy.
And that's fine. But the changes are then made with the select board and the planning board all present. So everyone is voting on the exact same document. The select board votes on the document. They either vote for it or they vote against it. The discussion is closed. And then the planning board either votes for it or against it, but they don't fiddle with it in between the votes. That would be completely inappropriate.
Tricia, this is where it gets a little tricky for me. So let's say you have 5 select board members and 5 planning board members, and the public shows up with a last minute change to draft from the steering committee. And the majority of the planning board agrees to the change from a particular member of the public, and the majority of the select board does not. What happens?
Exactly.
Then I take some more discussion.
So
maybe it's not ready to be voted on that night.
And
right?
so
Especially with the last minute change.
And this is, I think, where we ultimately disagree about kind of the purpose of the statute and who is in charge of a planning document, right? And we're kind of back to square one for me, because to me, the planning board has an obligation and a statutory obligation to create the comprehensive plan. And it troubles me that the planning board is not being trusted at this phase to do what it's supposed to do, which is wrap up the comprehensive plan and present it to town meeting. So in my opinion, in that situation, it is the planning board majority that would get to edit that document.
I think that's a bit, I think to me, that sounds deceptive.
I don't think it's deceptive. I think it's how it's done in other communities.
That's great, but this is our community, and I don't think there's anything spelled out in the Mass General laws about that. In fact, they're very, very vague about the powers of who does this. Obviously, it's the planning board, but they don't say, oh, by the way, but you can't have any help. Make sure you do it on your own. That is not part of anything. So to me, it seems like a little bit of power wrangling, and when we're supposed to be about collaboration. I mean, if it gets down to that point, then it gets down to that point. We're going to have to find that solution. But I'm wary of last minute things that pop up, and that then the thing is changed and voted on without discussion, without the same consideration that with the rest of the document was given, which seems to be, I don't know, a little suspicious. A little like a loophole.
I mean, to me, it's about trust. It's about trusting the planning board to plan. And what I'm feeling in this section is that the planning board is not trusted with its statutory authority to create a comprehensive plan, and that we cannot, as a planning board, have a majority vote. And that's what I'm hearing. So, and I think
I personally don't hear that. I don't read that, Anna. I know how that's how you feel. To me,
it's not about a feeling.
Can you let Marcelo finish his thought?
I was finishing up my thought, which was that other planning boards have done this repeatedly in communities, and other towns, including the town of Bedford, whose original planning board process, I drafted the original process that we all approved on before it was recycled and redrafted. That particular document and other planning boards are trusted. And so to do this, and planning boards take votes and present it to town meeting. And I do think it's unique to our community that we cannot do the same thing.
Marcelo?
Okay, well, I to be honest, maybe I just see it from, of course, someone that has no clue about how these processes work in general. I see that more as a formality. If the formality is that the planning board finally rectifies and votes on this, then so be it. Perfect. I think that's what this is saying. I think overall, this is such a complicated process. This is such a long process. It's going to take so much. It's going to take there's going to be much fewer people really spending their entire 2 years working on this, because it's difficult and it's going to be tedious at times. That's why we have a consultant. To get to the idea that we're going to get to the last approved proposals or drafted document, and then there's somebody's going to show up at the 11th hour, like, wait, don't vote on that. I have this idea that we should do everything different. I think that it's very unlikely, and if it happens, I agree what was said before, then that vote would be tabled. The discussion will be held, and we'll go back to an agreement of what is included or not, what changed, and then we vote again, and then we take the vote. I don't know how that removes confidence on anybody. I think that the only thing that can reduce confidence on everybody, in my view, is focusing on formalities of this word, of that word, and basically blurring or modeling the process itself, and removing some people saying, but what, you don't trust me, or I don't trust you. I don't know. I just don't see it that way. I think that the process can be completed. It's a bunch of adults we're talking about. This is not going to be like a playground fight. And the document at the end is 2 years of work. I'm not sure how many last minute revisions right before somebody's going to take the vote really are going to happen.
So at this point, unless there's any kind of new comment, I think that Peter we'll work on revising the document. I think I am going to ask him to send it to me to, I don't know, put it in a little bit easier to understand order and terms without changing what he sends me as the content. Because as Deepa said, I think this document is just hard to understand. We'll send it out to everybody. And then I guess we will take a vote, or discuss and take a vote potentially on the 13th. I guess unless, yep.
Yeah, I have a question. So I thought I remembered this correctly, that this document was coming with a schedule, because I personally don't feel comfortable voting on this without, there's some missing pieces. I think when you clean it up, I could not vote on this tonight, right? Because I think we all have that little bit of, yeah. So I have some confusion about that. I think some of that will be unconfused with the cleaned up draft, but I personally cannot vote for it without tying this to some schedule that makes sense. I would not be able to vote for it without seeing that. And I'm pretty sure that's the way we left that last meeting.
It might have been. I'm not sure. To me, I can go either way. To me, it's odd that we would be making a schedule that now needs to be tied to this thing when we don't have a consultant. We don't know what the timeline in a way is. We'd be kind of, in my mind, kind of making up a draft one as you make up a draft for a construction project. And it's going to change along the way when you can't get supplies, and when, you know, your building inspection takes longer than you thought. And so it would be kind of, I don't see any way that we can, and in fact, I think it would be detrimental to have a schedule that now we have to adhere to if that's what we agreed to.
I did.
When really it would be a guess based on another town's schedule, you know?
But that's sort of, for me, it is understanding the process and what I'm voting for. So it's not separate. It's the whole package, right? It's our plan, which I do have still. What I feel like we're missing the piece is that people call it the strategic plan, this married thing, and I feel like that's not entirely defined. So I feel like that hopefully will come out of the final document. And the schedule, I understand, Trish, just like you said, things change. And obviously I'm not, I don't think anyone expects that, but it's, I have heartburn of $250,000 in 2 to 3 years of people's time without kind of getting that a little more solid grounding. And so that's why I would definitely want to see that. And I honestly, I can go watch the tape, but I'm pretty sure I got that correct. We all nodded our head and said, yes, that needs to be part of this.
I mean, I recall it was very important to Yolanda, who was involved in the last one. And I mean, it's certainly important to me. And I recall a very thorough schedule that we as a planning board liked in our first draft. I recall the town manager had a schedule in his first draft. And I do recall a discussion, maybe the intention here is to agree on this document and then create a schedule together at the joint meeting. I don't know what the select board may have discussed about that last night, but I would second Kate's thought that this to me has to be voted on together with some kind of schedule. We're committing $250,000 and a 2-year process, and at least 2 of us or future members who are elected will be on this thing. It seems like we should be committed to a schedule.
I would say then, why don't you put together a tentative or suggested schedule? I would assume that it's going to change. And, but to have something that at least outlines the process where we want to go so that it's understandable.
I mean, I'm not comfortable doing that where this was, this was drafted by, I believe by the town manager originally and then edited quite heavily. So I don't think I'm in a position to draft a schedule for that. I think
and I will draft a schedule and we will send it out and then we can discuss it, but we need something in front of us to discuss. Otherwise, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was under the impression that that was being worked on by the planning department. So
that was a discussion. I remember hearing that, but I think that the objective of this vote was just to clarify this process and to be able to put set up the warrant to ask for the money conditioned to that the RFP or the schedule being agreed upon, not guaranteed condition, so that if it's not done, then the money doesn't get spent. But I did hear about the schedule, and I believe that's going to come after. But if we're going to review it before, then I'm fine with it too.
And just to jump in, Anna did provide me with the Excel file on the original timeline. And so I have it and I'm happy to update it, obviously. And I can share that also with you, Tricia. And I've shared the Excel file with the select board town manager's office.
And just so I'm clear, that was the original document created by the planning office, not by the planning board. And Peter, if you'd like me to give you the original schedule that I had drafted that the planning board liked, I can also forward you that.
Please do. I'll
sure.
take all of it and we can put it together.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the schedule, the timeline, that can be worked out. That's just that's a simple Excel file.
Peter, I'm just curious. So the town decides the timeline, or would the consultant kind of look at and propose a timeline? I'm just surprised that we have the aptitude to say this is the timeline for the proposed project.
I think the consultant is going to be the one that comes in and drafts a fairly thorough timeline, right? Also has to do with schedules. And when you get into this stuff, you talk about meetings, outreach, tabling, events, all those items that have to come into play, right? Evening meetings, seasons. I think we can create a timeline that can drive our aspirations and kind of put together a date that we want to start by, right? And we want to end by. And I think that's in between those 24 months can be really driven by the consultant.
It's like how a GC would come in and put a timeline for a project. I mean, we can say the start date, but kind of the finish date comes in. Okay, so we're looking for a kind of a rough schedule at this point, I guess.
In my eyes, it's a rough schedule, yes. To say we want to start, we want to get a consultant. You know, I think we talked about it in the last meeting, putting together the RFP, getting that out after the new year, getting the consultant on board by, late February, March 15th, having our first group meeting. That would include, and then while that time is happening, I think the committee talked about filling the positions from other boards, from reaching out to other boards and to see if we could fill positions on a committee. And then really by April, but sometime in April, we would have our first meeting in person to talk about data collection, items, and all that.
And from what I recall, when planning board initially drafted a timeline and we based it on the Bedford town model, it was a year of data gathering, public participation to gather data, and then there's essentially a year of drafting the different elements of a comprehensive plan, and then they get put together. So, and that's a pretty standard process across all communities. 2 years of data and year of drafting. So it's not rocket science, and I think we do need to commit to it. And if we're going to put money on this thing, we have to hire a consultant to meet that plan. I think we get to guide the consultant. We're the ones paying, we're the customer, and we need to be committed to it and create a relationship with a consultant that meets those deadlines.
As long as we're not choosing a consultant that's, our third or fourth choice, just because they can meet our deadline versus us listening to theirs.
I mean, I think 2 years is pretty standard across the Commonwealth. I don't think we would be unreasonable.
All projects are different. So, all right, it is.
Can I make one more comment on a yellow thing? Because that 3 residents at large, was that 4? And does anyone know why that was changed?
I talked to Brandy about that. She said it was just, nobody is stuck on that. I think personally it's about, and we didn't even get to this, nor will we tonight, but I think it's more about defining how big we want the steering committee to be. What if out of that whole list of committees, we get 2 people who are committed? Well, we might be looking for 12 residents.
Exactly. Yeah. No,
So we can't force anyone to be on this committee, right? So, or we might get 1 resident, maybe we have no takers. So we can't, I don't think we should have something so definitive that it stops us in our tracks, or we have people that are just, warming a seat or not showing up at all just because we have to have them on the list.
Well, yeah, and I think that I appreciate, because I don't think it's a final list to determine before. I think that all has to be, and I think that's probably the right approach. Like what's sort of a reasonable number, and presumably that steering committee would be given permission, and maybe we have to say that about subcommittees, because this is a heavy lift. And I understand like having a giant steering committee might be a problem, but you do not want to be turning away people. So creatively figure out how to use them subcommittees, I believe.
And it's probably a great opportunity for us to make sure that there's enough voice from the public. And if we are afraid or uncomfortable that the project management is too heavy on kind of the leadership in-house, maybe this is an opportunity for us to balance it out and give this back as an opportunity for the public to really step up and kind of have more voices in the committee. So I think, Kate, I agree with you. It should be a little more open. Instead of defining number, let the team decide how many people we can get on board. The more the merrier, and that gives the opportunity for public to speak up as well.
I think our original planning board document envisioned the data gathering and the writing being related to each individual component of a comprehensive plan. So in theory, you could have public participation or a public member participate specifically because they're super interested in natural resources or transportation or housing. And I really believe that that's a much more appropriate way to engage the public. And this idea that you're going to have 3 steering committee members or 3 general public committee members committed for 2 to 3 years does shut out those individuals in our community who are very involved in one element that is key to a successful comprehensive plan. So I definitely want to see more evolved vision of the subcommittees, both for the steering committee and for the drafting.
I think that's great, but those aren't decisions we need to make now in order to get this warrant on the ballot for town meeting, right? We will be here, we won't even make the deadline with the amount of discussion we will have to have on these various topics. So like I said, let's have Peter draft up what we have. It'll go out, it can come back for comments that can be integrated. And then we will discuss it again on the 13th and see if it's worthy of taking a vote to go forward for town meeting.
I will do that in the meantime.
Okay. So given that it's 11:12, I am not going to go down the road of talking about these other terms, the other things on the end of our list. I think we should do meeting minutes, otherwise we get behind on them. Peter was going to give a little blurb on the sewer moratorium, but you can listen a little bit about it in the select board meeting last night and know that we will be scheduling an informational part of a planning board meeting at a meeting to come where we will talk about that. But otherwise, listen to the select board meeting last night and you'll get the same information. So, so meeting minutes. I think I had already given my.
I'm just trying to reopen mine. I apologize. I got kicked out of the Gmail.
So I think actually my comments were to Peter, make sure you list that the title is a vice chair and clerk under Anna and Kate's name. And actually the only other 2 other very small things. Line 99, Lisa Mead was talking about the 2009 amended covenant. She said, it says in here, it did not pass zoning. I believe it did not pass at town meeting, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. So,
and Tricia, I'm sorry, it's the August 11th minutes you're reviewing?
August 11th, yep. And then Jim Adams' name needs an S after it. I think those are my only edits.
Okay, so what line is Jim Adams?
It's toward the end, it's 160.
Perfect. Done.
Those changes sound good to me. I don't have any changes.
Okay, changes have been made.
Anyone else have any notes on those? All right, then I will make a motion to accept the August 11th meeting minutes as amended.
I'll second that.
And roll call vote.
Anna Tesmanitsky, aye.
So Hona, aye.
Catherine Jersey, aye.
And Tricia Kendall, aye. So Those meetings minutes are accepted, and unless there's anything else, I will entertain a motion to adjourn at 11:15.
Seconded.
All right, roll call vote.
Anna Tesmanitsky, aye.
Marcelo Hona, aye.
Jersey, aye.
Kevin?
Kevin McLean, aye.
And Trisha Kendall, aye. All right, have a good weekend, everybody.
Thanks.